Good morning. Chapter should be almost out. I already checked the Twitch title. Double check it. Reload the page. You'll see. Johan, we can see everything. Oh, I know. I know. I thought it was daylight savings already, so like the sun is out. The sun hasn't been out for a while when it comes to streaming, so I was a little caught off guard. I'm like, what the hell? Am I gonna have to come back at 8 o'clock? Nope. Chapter's still out. It's not daylight savings yet. All right. Let's check this. Yep, Mommy's back called it. Mommy's back called it. Because they're going to align simulation with driving. Wait, what? Oh, it's a dream. Oh, it's a dream. Huh? Ruka-chan made you come. This is so good. Oh, I see. That doesn't bother me at all. I love you. Mizuhara. Goddamn, Sumi. Goddamn, Sumi. Holy shit, bro. Good God. Goodness gracious, motherfucker. Cat's behind me meowing. I think he's getting into a fight. Okay, back to Kazuya having his weird dreams. Wah! He wakes up. What's the deal, weirdo? A guy like him shouldn't be in the road shouting like that. They're kind of right. They're kind of right. Kazuya should not be on the road. I'm not gonna lie. My girlfriend and the school bag part 3. Oh, we're continuing this. Okay, so I'm gonna make this back to normal. I'm gonna make this normal again. Okay. My deep subconscious is leaking into my dreams. Okay, so first his deep desires were leaking into his dreams. Now his deep subconscious is leaking into his dreams. Do you see what's happening here? Right, it's getting worse. Right, Reggie's literally showing you it's getting fucking worse, and it literally showed you, ayo, he's not over the Ruka thing. It's not over yet. He's not over it. Also, Jesus, what the fuck? I still haven't processed it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh yeah, so just so you know, I talked to Brief a little bit about the bunny thing. There's a big bunny motif in the story right now. And I found it weird that he kind of just thought like bunnies have nothing to do with sex when they're literally synonymous with sex, right? We've literally like made bunnies synonymous with sex, so it's literally about deep sexual desires that you bury down, and if this doesn't if this doesn't signal sex as a big thing in this chapter, and it's literally Kazuya having this element directly connected to that, I don't know what is. Okay. I shouldn't have dreams that are too good to be true. Kazuya, stop, dude. Kazuya, fucking stop, dude. So much self-deprecation. I took them off because I'm cleaning them. I feel like I'm constantly being crushed under the weight of my guilt. It's almost like Minnie did jack fucking shit. That must be that weirdo from before. The more Mizuhara tries to move forward, the harder it is for me to process what I did with Umi-kun and stuff. And I can't believe what I did. Stupid Ruka-chan, you perv. This really is the saddest thing ever. Oh, you're about to find out real sadness soon, motherfucker. I can't believe I had that dream. I wish I could just disappear. I love that Reggie's starting to spell it out more and more and more because people are just not getting it. They're not getting it. They don't get it. Besides, despite everything that's happened, I can't give up on Mizuhara. That would feel just as bad. There's no way. I think that's the solution. I think Kazuya has to be able to let go of Chizuru in order to actually be with her. I think that's what Kazuya has to do. He has to be able to let go of Chizuru in order to actually be with her because of his inability to let go, he's tying her down. And she can't get up and do what she needs to. So literally he's forcing himself to be stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Nothing feels worse than hating yourself. Oh yeah. This is true. This is true. If I were you, I'd hate someone like me. Hey, you're starting to get it. I hope he's starting to get it. She fucking hated herself too. Hey, Kazuya, you're starting to understand her fucking pain. Those taking lecture 14, please proceed to the classroom. Should I even be driving in my current mental state? Definitely not. Mami-chan, we're together again. Yeah. I think she wants to know. It feels like we're together an awful lot. Is she doing this on purpose? Do you think it's strange, huh? That we're together a lot. No, not really. I actually do think that. I copied your schedule. It's not so lonely, right? Yeah. She admits it. Again, very different from Mami to openly admit the truth like this. And yes, she's lonely. I've said this for a while. Mami is very, very lonely. Go reread the chapters with Mami. She's literally always alone. Mami is incredibly fucking lonely. Definitely, driving school can be kind of lonesome after all. Huh? What? Why did she do that? She admitted it. She copied it. Was she lonely? I mean, I guess it'd be kind of worrisome for a woman to come here alone. Guys might hit on her or something. That's not a feeling you have for someone you hate. Gah! What do you do on lonely nights? I stay with you. First off, get a license to have a brain. This never stops. It never stops. Yes, it won't ever stop unless you fucking address it. It won't ever stop unless you address it. And guess what? These are your desires and you have to be honest with them. That's the problem. There's censorship here, I think. Yeah, it looks like they did some censorship here. Yeah. Oh, you must be a student. Oh, yes. There's seriously no end to it. Simulation. Ah, a simulation. You're simulating love. Minnie literally plays dating sims. Just as you're about to simulate your life. Hey, Sumi with her fucking bunny outfit. It looks so cute. A simulation. I've heard about it before, but this is my first time seeing one. About driving school having them. A note from Sumi-chan Driving School Edition. First period always uses a video simulated driving lesson. The drawing has nothing to do with the explanation. This entire chapter is about desire. That's why Sumi is in a bunny outfit. Please sit here, Kinoshita-san. Oh, okay. You can place your bags over there. Wow. I thought everything would have been more polygons, but the graphic nowadays looks so good. Bro, bro, I don't think you know how good graphics have gotten over the years. Especially when it's like this, where it's like all they need to do is simulate where you're going. This is like literally you just go look at any driving video games. They look fucking godlike for like, there's absolutely a fucking reason, but they look fucking godlike. Take a left at the next light. Okay. Very realistic. This is just like a game. Wouldn't you know it? Kazuya got into an accident. It may have been a simulation, but Kazuya got into an accident. He killed a kid. He killed a kid. Jesus, this is impossible. Come on, that kid didn't even hesitate to jump out on traffic with the biggest smile on her face. That's literally how it is. You have to pay attention in a school zone. You have to be incredibly careful. That's literally how it fucking is. A kid will not fucking hesitate. That's why you drive smart. That's why you drive smart, bro. That's why you don't fucking speed. That's why Americans are stupid as fuck. They fucking speed everywhere. What kind of little kid does that? This isn't possible. It absolutely is. It's not impossible, Kinoshita-san. Look, you can see her legs hiding behind the truck right before. So, sorry for yelling. Wait. Okay, you couldn't see it. I think Kazi is just not paying attention, right? That's the whole idea. Kazi is literally not paying attention. Kid is Ruka, literally. Oh my god, it kind of does kind of look like Ruka. Well, not fully, but yeah, it's a kid. Oh, I love the face. I love the faces. Just where are her parents? You're next, mommy-san. You're next, Nanami-san. Okay. Well, the lesson's probably supposed to teach an extreme scenario. Driving is scary. Damn it, what am I staring at? Oh, well done. Excellent reaction time, Nanami-san. Right? Mami is not as distracted as Kazuya. She may still look so easy. She did watch me do it first, though. She really is amazing at everything. She watched him do it first, though. She's copying him. Oh, she's literally... Okay, so the idea is she's literally copying him. Okay. Suddenly, this makes a little more sense with Mami. She's literally replicating what he's doing. And then Kazuya compliments her for it. But she's not... Maybe she's trying to show off for him. Maybe she needs to focus for him. I'm seriously overthinking this. Not so lonely. The only reason she said that is because me having two people is better than one. There's no way that Mami-chan likes me. Okay. Shit. Damn it. I'm sorry to think Mami-chan's acting a little too comfortable. What are you up to, Mami-chan? Out there? Kazu-kun! Huh? She seems oddly jumpy. What the hell? Sorry, you kind of scared me. Oh, no. It's my fault for sneaking out up on you. I guess it's scary being alone at night and having some guy suddenly appear behind you. Oh, jeez. I'm so lame. The way she acted just now felt so girly. Yeah, I was right. The whole idea is that Kazuya is simulating his love with Mami. The love he desires with Chizuru, he's simulating it with Mami. Mami is literally intentionally starting to look more feminine. We're literally heading in that direction of just like, oh no, Kazuya's gonna fall in love with Mami because he's in an alternate timeline. That's where we're going. We're going to that alternate timeline that Kazuya mentioned and desired. He mentioned this in chapter 263. I'll show it to you guys later. Just remind me. I lost my earrings during my lessons this afternoon. Remember how when they went to the beach, she lost her bracelet, but she did it on purpose? Here she is losing it, actually losing it. Just one side. I'm pretty sure it was in here. The teacher said I could look for it. I see. Will you be okay? No, it was expensive. Maybe it's under the passenger seat. That must suck. Help me look, Kazu-kun. Oh, look, something's gonna happen. Oh, look, just like the kiss, something is gonna happen. It's probably hard searching in the dark. How about turning on the light? How do I use it? No one showed me how. I think there's a switch here. How does this work? Oh, look! It's the exact same scenario that happened with Chizuru. Oh, look! It's the same exact scenario that happened with Chizuru. Being mimicked all over again. What? Oh, no, I lost my balance. How did I get into this position? I feel like I'm touching all the places. We've never been this close before, not even when we were dating. Sorry, are you hurt? I know this position kind of awkward. I'm gonna get off now. Huh? Can we stay like this just a little longer? This is how we're seeing Kazuya from Mommy's POV. We're seeing Kazuya from Mommy's POV here. God damn it. What were you expecting? Were you expecting to go in a positive direction? Stupid Kazuya Chizuru shippers. You're out here deluding yourself. You're reading the wrong manga. You don't know what you're talking about. Desire. We started the chapter with a bunny girl. We came full circle. No, I'm not actually beating you up, chat. Urban, I'm not actually being a dick. I'm how do I put it? I'm playing a role, sarcasm. I'm not actually being a dick. Yeah, as expected. Literally, it's what Kazuya described in chapter 263. Let me pull it up. Right when he meets Mami again, Reichi was foreshadowing this alternate timeline thing this entire time. I'm surprised people have not noticed it. I'm surprised people have not noticed the alternate timeline thing Reichi has been talking about this entire time. Because it's been a massive driving motif of the narrative. Well, this whole fucking time. Here it is. Chapter 263, Mami and Kazuya meet up after 4 months, just as Chizuru and Kazuya met after 3 months. And look at what Kazuya says. Perhaps there's another timeline in which I'm still together with her, though that isn't possible, not at this point. Oh? Are you sure about that? Here's that alternate timeline. The vibe I get from Mami is that she's also feeling subconscious if Kazuya now dislikes her or not. Oh, that's the thing about Mami. She actually has something to fear of him disliking her because she's done absolutely horrendous shit to him. And Mami refuses to mention it. That's the irony of Kazuya's words. He doesn't realize how true they actually are. Because if he finds out what Mami's been saying about him, if he actually digs for the truth, that's Kazuya's problem. That's what the readers refuse to recognize. You're deluded just like him. You're deluded just like him because Kazuya knows better and doesn't want to dig any further. He knows better. He just doesn't want to dig any further. You're okay with the lies. Just as Mami reflects him. As Kazuya is okay lying, so too does she mimic him and also continue lying. Okay, let me pull up Krumpe. So I can send him the shit. Gotta send him the shit. The shit. Ooh. Oh, gosh darn dang it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That didn't do anything. Fuck me. Okay. Give me a sec. Fucking hell, this is annoying. Okay, now let's try that again. Sumi! Sumi! And guess what? What is Sumi? What is Sumi? Why is Sumi on this cover? What is Sumi? She's a rental girlfriend. She literally simulates love. This entire chapter is a simulation. Right? Mami is literally simulating him. She's simulating a relationship with Kazuya. She doesn't actually have one. All of this is just a big fucking simulation. Also, I don't know for those who noticed. 57. 7, Nana me. 5 is Kazuya is connected to Kazuya. 5 is directly connected to Kazuya. And so is 7 connected to Mami. Now they're in car 57. But. What did we say about these cars? We said something very particular about these cars. You can't buy them. They are literally in a car you cannot purchase, as the car simulates intimacy. Not because they actually want to, but because it looks like it. And it'll look scandalous if someone sees them, right? I think next chapter could be kind of important. Hopefully, Crumpy will tell me what the teaser is for next time. They're literally simulating love. The difference is Mami grabbed my boy's shirt to keep him there. But that's the interesting thing. So there's a parallel between Chizuru and Mami here. And Chizuru stops Kazuya, but then lets him go. Mami stops Kazuya, and she says, can we stay like this just a little longer? What is the intentional difference that Reiji is depicting between Kazuya and Mami? And readers will probably be very stupid about this on surface level. They will think, Mami's more serious than Chizuru. Not realizing the clear undertone of this scene. Both are acting on selfish desire. Right? Chizuru stops Kazuya from kissing her. Whereas Mami, when Kazuya falls, and then when Kazuya gets up, she grabs him to not move. She's like, wait. Mami does it again. She also grabs him. There's a key difference, though. Chizuru doesn't just kiss him because she knows what she's feeling is just desire, and she wants to make sure they feel the same way. She doesn't want to use him because he absolutely will just do that, and she'll get what she wants, but will he be happy? Then you have Mami, immediately acting on her desires, knowing full well Kazuya won't say no, because he won't. She asks him, yes, she's asking a question, and you're like, Kazuya has autonomy, but he won't say no. He hasn't said no to her once. He won't say no. And then when Kazuya might, be okay with staying here a little longer, gives her false hope. Is Mami's love as selfish as Ruka's then? In a different way. Ruka's love is... So Ruka essentially contained her selfishness for far too long. Ruka essentially bottled her selfishness in for far too long, and Kazuya essentially led her on. You're welcome to disagree. Kazuya did lead her on, period. Because he let her touch him constantly, giving her a false hope. So when inevitably it got to that situation where she couldn't control herself anymore, she couldn't hold back when he tried to stop her. Because he kept letting her touch him until she kind of couldn't get any more. Like, she really needed more. It was like an addiction. It literally kind of became like an addiction. Mami, in contrast, is running from her past. So Mami is more of an emotional shackle. Ruka is a physical shackle. Mami is essentially here completely denying her bad side in favor of this. So that's the problem. Is like she's asking this thing and not sharing the truth. She's literally getting intimacy without actually sharing the truth with him. And that's the thing about intimacy. Intimacy is actually about being really open with someone. And here's Kazuya just not getting it. Here's Kazuya putting himself in a situation with Mami, in somewhere like close in a car with Mami, where an accident could happen. Never considers the accident could happen, despite the fact that Kazuya is a stupid fucking idiot who's constantly prone to accidents. He doesn't think to open the light first, right? Or maybe he does. And then Mami doesn't see it, and then he trips and falls. And guess what? This accident here was literally foreshadowed when he was doing the simulation. Reiji was literally showing you, this stupid bitch doesn't pay attention. Kazuya, this idiot, does not pay the fuck attention. So he's going to slip because he's too distracted looking at Mami. Rota Mami Kinosha the hibiscus. Wiz? Shut the fuck up. Your theory's stupid as hell, man. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You fucking convinced yourself Kazuya and Mami are the ship. When the story's literally telling you, you're stupid as shit. This is literally a simulation. You're stupid as shit. Y'all will say anything to convince yourself of that what you're reading is the truth and not what the story is telling you. Like, you're literally Minnie. It's impressive. Reiji really captured us well. We're literally just Minnie. Dude got us hook, line, and sinker. But yeah, no, this entire chapter is just one big simulation. And it is Kazuya reliving the things he's experienced with Chizuru with Mami. And he doesn't get it. He doesn't see what's in front of him. So yeah, that simulation, direct mirror to Mami. And it makes you wonder. It does make you wonder. Right? There's intentionally a parallel between before when Mami lost something and when Mami lost something here. Before, she intentionally called Kazuya over. Here, she freaks the fuck out when she sees him. So so Mami might have actually lost her thing here, right? Mami might have actually lost her thing here. The bracelet, I'm assuming. Because I think she said it was a bracelet. And guess what? Mami losing her bracelet actually reflects something kind of important that you don't realize on surface level. She's just like him. She's distracted just like him. She's also not paying attention just like him. She's wearing something. So wait. Let me double check. Let me double check. Okay. Right? So, big thing is that Mami's attracted to the weirdo. Right? Everybody's like, Kazuya is a weirdo. He shouldn't be on the road. And that's already foreshadowing he's going to get into an accident. Right? Literally, from the start of this chapter, Reishi's telling you he's going to get into an accident. This entire chapter is literally Kazuya getting into a safe accident, a simulation. He's simulating love. Okay? Now, Mami, what does Mami say she lost? What does Mami say she lost? I lost my earring. Do we ever see Mami with... We never see Mami's earrings, do we? We never see Mami's earrings, do we? She lost an earring, and we never see the earrings. Oh my fucking god. We never see the earrings. And guess what? In the school bag part 1, we only see her earrings once. In school bag part 1, we only see her earrings once. Let me pull it up. Reiji, you son of a bitch. Reiji, you godlike son of a bitch. You see her ear hair, but you don't see her earrings. Then the ears disappear. You go through the entire class. Again, you never see her earrings except for one shot. You see her earrings when she looks at him, looking at Chizuru. Literally simulating his love. Literally simulating his love. The earrings that she lost are a direct mirror to what happened in the very, very beginning of the series. What did Mommy do in the very beginning of the series? Kazuya goes to swim out. Mommy calls him. Quick, I dropped my bracelet. You okay? No, it was really expensive. Is this starting to sound familiar? Is this starting to sound familiar? It's probably still around here. Okay. Mommy slips. Not Kazuya. Mommy slips. Haha, good thing I caught you, but I feel like a pervert. Huh? What are you? Kisses him. Now the roles are literally, right? What does Chizuru say? I trust Kazuya. Now, what was Kazuya's issue in this chapter? How does it begin? Chizuru doesn't care about Ruka. Chizuru doesn't care. You didn't send me the last page from today's chapter. I could have sworn I did. You sure I didn't? I could have sworn I did. Maybe I didn't press send. Oh, I didn't press send. Of course I didn't press send. It was right there. I just didn't press send. Okay, where were we? All right, how does the chapter start? There's an intentional mirror to Chizuru. There's an intentional mirror to Chizuru. Like, bro. 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 Look at this. Look at this. They're inverted. It's literally inverted. And then Kazuya in his dream is wearing a swimsuit because it's showing how he's being vulnerable. Whereas Chizuru, despite not having her rental braid, is literally wearing her rental outfit. He's idolizing her in his dreams. He's literally idolizing her in his dreams. And her eyes are closed in the dream because she doesn't see him. And he wants to hear, I love you. Literally look at how his love is haunting him. His love is not a positive thing anymore. It is absolutely haunting him. And no, it is not Chizuru's fucking fault for the stupid shits in the fucking chat. Mami observes Kazuya crying and breathing heavy. Okay, I'll check some stuff. One sec. Hold on, chat. Take a deep breath. Hold on, chat. Take a deep breath. Okay, sorry about that. Just had to post something really quick. Really, really quickly. Really quickly. Damn. Let's cover cute as shit. Let's cover cute as shit. Yeah. Bunny Girl Sumi literally is about desire. How do we start the chapter? Kazuya literally thinking about something he desires. But what is this disguising, right? What is this hiding? His sexual desires. All right. What is this disguising? His sexual desires. My deep subconscious is leaking into my dream. He's literally in denial about his subconscious. It's also part 3. It's also part 3. It's literally Kazuya's part. Interesting. Let's see. What do the Japanese fans have to say? Let's see. The sight of a person who was once dismissed life as a mere pastime and gave up on it, now taking that step forward again. It's not erotic or anything, it moves me to tears. The character Mami Nanami, with every gesture and action carrying more weight than others and facing higher hurdles, is precisely why we can't help but root for her. Because for someone who's once brushed against injustice and chosen darkness, taking a step forward isn't something easy. Okay, fair enough, but she's still kind of deluded a little bit. You know, she is taking steps forward. I do agree, but she is trapped in her own illusion. Let's see. Yeah, people are gonna love this. They're gonna be like, "Oh my god, mommy, mommy, mommy." Let's see. Mizuhara Chizuru speaks without thinking of the consequences. So is this how it turns out? This is the result of what you've done. Chizuru speaks without thinking of the consequences? No, she fucking doesn't. She knows exactly what she's saying. See, so again, what did you just notice here? Again, what did you just notice here? Mami has a flashback to what Chizuru said, and somehow it's Chizuru's fault. Somehow this is Chizuru's fault. Right? Chizuru calls Mami out on her bullshit and how she's not being honest about her feelings. And somehow, Kazuya ending up with Mami in this situation is Chizuru's fault. How in any world is this Chizuru's fault? Is she in the fucking room with them? Is she in the fucking room with them? Did she make Kazuya stay with Chizuru? Sorry, did she make Kazuya stay with Ruka? No. He even admits it. Ruka bullied him into the relationship. Nobody made him do anything. Yeah. Chizuru gave Mami a push to discover her own feelings. It is not on Chizuru that this entire sequence happened. Like, look. I think you guys don't understand how, like blame works. I don't think people understand how fucking blame works. You can tell someone to do something or think about something, but the choice is ultimately theirs and nobody else's. What Reiji's talking about here is autonomy. No one can decide your choices but you. And so just because Chizuru happened to say this or happened to push characters in a particular fucking direction, it does not mean it is on her. That's not how it fucking works. It does not mean this is on her. That's not how it fucking works. Oh, so I shouldn't tell this person to be honest about their feelings just because it would not be beneficial to me? Oh, you push them in that direction. So she shouldn't help Mami be more honest about herself and call her out on her bullshit because it would be worse for her. Now, let's not get this twisted. Chizuru did make a mistake with Ruka. Absolutely. The whole point that I see with Ruka that Chizuru did is that Chizuru is too kind for her own good. But she's always been too kind for her own good. Right? She saw Ruka crying, she felt bad. And she told Kazuya to date Ruka. Right? She told Kazuya to date Ruka. She felt bad. Yeah. She's too kind for her own fucking good. But that's kind of Chizuru's issue, is that what you don't realize is that Chizuru's real lesson isn't to learn to value Kazuya or to learn what love is. Not to learn what love is. She needs to know what love is. Not to learn like how to experience love or fucking whatever. Chizuru's lesson is to realize she's too kind. And she needs to start calling people the fuck out. That's Chizuru's lesson. She's just way too nice. In contrast, and this is somewhat mirrored by Kazuya, where Kazuya is too nice to Ruka, and she literally sexually assaults him. So Chizuru's issue is that she needs to start being a little harder on people. She's too nice, and this is perfectly reflected in Kazuya. She doesn't tell him about Mami because she's too nice. Even when she can't forgive Mami, she still doesn't tell Kazuya about Mami. Johan Crumpy is back. Okay, the translations are done if you want it. Okay, boss. Let's do some reading. I'll come back to this in just a sec. We'll get into it in just a sec. Yeah, Chizuru's issue is not realizing the consequences of her actions. She knows them all too well. She's just too nice. And she needs to be willing to call people the fuck out. Because she knows the truth. That's the thing. She knows the truth. Okay. No matter what I say, she forgives me. I want to be addicted to this ideal girlfriend. This is what this said. The ideal girlfriend. She's not real. No matter what I do, she'll always forgive me. Who's the one who doesn't have consequences for his actions? Who's the one who doesn't face consequences for his actions? Because it's a simulation, right? It's not real, right? Chizuru isn't actually here, right? Minnie too. Minnie too. Of course. The very shy bunny posing for a photo with a reserved peace sign. No. A very shy bunny. Oh, look at Mami being shy. Oh, Mami is shy in this entire chapter too. She literally mirrors Sumi. And we've said this before, there is a mirror between Sumi and Mami. So literally that is intentional. There is an intentional mirror between Sumi and Mami. So us seeing Sumi here is that she's supposed to literally mirror Mami because she too is shy. Okay. So the final page. We're now abruptly very close in the car. Is it the start of a surprise exam that has nothing to do with the curriculum? Next time, close it. Oh, like close the door. This mirrors two different things. One. This mirrors two different things. First, chapter 240. Chizuru walks into Kazuya's house and says, close the door. That's one. Two. Chapter 275. They're in car 57. They're in car 57, and this is a mirror to chapter 275. Fuck off. Fuck off. What does Chizuru do? She closes the door. They're trapped, and she closes the door. Right? Remember, this is the other accident that happened. Kazuya and Chizuru get into an accident. Why? Because, again, Kazuya tripped. He's so distracted looking at Chizuru that he closes his eyes and trips like a stupid fucking idiot. He got her into this position. He put her in this position as a mirror to how he put Mami in this position. And what did Chizuru do? She sees Tamagi-san coming and tells him to close, or sorry, she closes the door. I just checked Chizuru's line in 240, and it is the exact same in Japanese. Wouldn't you know it? I was fucking right. Wouldn't you know it? I was fucking right. Mami is literally going to say, close the door. What do you see right here? An open door. But that's the thing. That's the thing. Chizuru walks into Kazuya's actual house and tells him to close the fucking door. Mami is in a simulated car. This isn't even the same car. This isn't even the same car. And what I mean by that is like it's not even their car. This isn't even Mami's car. She tells him to close the door. They could get in trouble for this. They could maybe even get kicked out of the school for this. Where's Chizuru tell him to close the door? His own home. Where they won't get in trouble. Where there's no Ruka. It's just him and her. Intentional parallel. Please give us some hope, even something a little positive. No. You're spiraling into the abyss. You have to fall all the way down to get back up. You have to fall all the way down to get back up. Because you're not going to learn another way. That's what it means to live, dude. You have to experience the full magnitude of your pain and still choose to get back up. You have to experience all of this shit that you don't like, and you're going to have to get back up. So I have a new theory. I think what the driver said at the very beginning of this arc is what Kazuya is going to do. He's going to get mad at Chizuru. He's going to yell at her. He's going to blame her for everything. And he has Mami now, right? And he's not gonna realize at first how much he's hurt her. And then Later, he's going to see. It's going to be the beginning of the series all over again. Remember the very beginning of the series where Kazuya blamed Chizuru for all of his problems? He's going to do that again. We are going to reach a point where Kazuya is going to yell at Chizuru and blame her for everything. Literally as a mirror to what Minnie has been telling him this whole time. It's all Chizuru's fault. Literally as a mirror to the readers who want to blame Chizuru for everything. I don't see Kazuya getting mad at Chizuru. Want to bet? Kazuya sees her with some other guy or something. He doesn't trust her for shit. He's gonna blame her. Because he thinks she would blame him for the Ruka thing. I could absolutely see Kazuya lashing out at Chizuru. 100%. Greetings. If Mommy's earrings is a heart, you think this may be symbolism of how she lost Kazuya and now she's trying to get that relationship back? Yes, but no. So yes, you're correct. You're correct. There's a different meaning. She literally lost her heart. Not just the relationship, she literally lost her heart. That's what Mommy's trying to find. She's literally trying to find her heart. The thing she's been missing this whole time. And that heart just happens to be initially connected to Kazuya. What she's actually trying to find is her feelings, her emotions, her life. You can't live without a heart. That's what Mommy is trying to find. She's literally trying to find the missing piece of her heart. And she is running away from that. And she's not paying attention to her heart. So naturally, she loses it. She literally lost her heart because she wasn't paying attention. He was pissed during the rejection and he kept it in. He didn't let it out. That's the thing. Kazuya is going to lash out at Chizuru. I totally see that. I can absolutely see that. And he's going to be a total fucking asshole. Whether Chizuru lashes back at him is going to be interesting. Chizuru has yet to really explode on him. But Kazuya blaming her for something, as he did in the very beginning of the series, to which we are essentially returning now, with we being full of references, I think is going to make a lot of sense. Because everybody wants to blame Chizuru right now. Every single person wants to blame Chizuru right now. So Kazuya blaming her for everything makes too much sense. I've been wondering how Kazuya's actions are going to hurt Chizuru. And this one is the one I seemingly came back to a few times now. This is the one I seemingly came back to a few times now. To me, it makes some sense. I could be wrong, of course, like, no shit. But to me, it makes some sense. I think Kazuya is going to lash out and yell at Chizuru. Which makes a lot of sense. Anyways, that has nothing to do with the chapter at the moment. There is a lot going on with the chapter. Anyways, there's no way to blame Chizuru. Kazuya isn't ready for a relationship. If he's weak in every accident moment, he keeps fantasizing about other girls. He's not mature enough for one. I mean, yeah. I mean, maturity is a big thing here. But it's more so a broken foundation, and it's not simply maturity. I kind of disagree with this stance for a decent degree here. You're purely looking at this from a maturity standpoint. What you're not looking at here is trauma. I think people are like kind of forgetting who Kazuya is, just as Kazuya is forgetting who he is. When Kazuya knows who he isn't like this. He does fantasize, but he can kind of control it. The problem is Kazuya doesn't know who he is, and you've kind of just ignored that in favor of your interpretation of maturity. And this is the problem that I have, where everyone's just like, Kazuya should do this, Kazuya should do that, he's not mature enough for a relationship, blah, 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 blah. It's trauma. You're ignoring what trauma does and how you react to trauma and what you choose to do to escape your trauma. Yes, a big part of this is being an adult and learning how to be an adult and what maturity even really is. You fantasizing about other women is not the problem. And I think this is people's issues with how they interact with Kazuya as a character, as a mirror to how they interact with Chizuru as a character. They judge Chizuru purely on her identity and not her love. They judge Kazuya purely on his love and not his identity. They don't know anything about these characters. This is what I don't understand. I think people are not seeing these characters very, very fucking clearly. They're not really looking at them clearly. You're not seeing Kazuya when you say he's too weak, he can't like handle Chizuru and all this stuff. He's not strong enough to say no. It's not about not being strong enough to say no. That's not the issue. That is absolutely not the fucking issue. It's not about not being strong enough to say no. That's not the issue. Dude, you're looking at what you want to see. You're looking at what you want to see. That's not the issue. The issue is not addressing yourself. And you don't address yourself when you don't see yourself. Basically my issue with what you're saying is that you're putting labels instead of actually seeing what the actual problem is. You're seeing what you want to see. You're seeing what you want to see. You're putting labels. You're not actually looking at this character, because in choosing to judge them in the way that you're judging them, they will never change. That's the problem. You're so busy judging him by how he appears to you that you cannot dig deeper and help him solve the problem. Your language is literally the same exact thing that Minnie would say. And that's the problem. You cannot help someone if you purely judge them on surface level and say, you need to mature, you need to do this, you're not ready for a relationship. Because if you say these words to Kazuya, he will agree with you. And he will double down on being worthless and not being good enough for Chizuru. That's the problem. What Kazuya truly needs is to actually look at his feelings and himself and learn to accept himself. That's not going to happen. And he needs to see how it's not going to happen. Because he cannot accept his own feelings. They're literally leaking out of him. They're running out of people. Yeah, a traumatized person like Kazuya can't see the obvious in front of his face. He literally chooses not to. Right? He literally, you see it in this chapter. You literally see it in this chapter. What does he do? Right? What does he do with Mami? Look at what he does. So he fucks up in the driving. There's some good characterization here that you're not seeing. He fucks up in the driving. And he weighs his entire self-worth on the success of this driving thing. Because Mami succeeds in the driving, whereas he failed, what does he do? He correlates that to self-worth. So then he tells himself, there's no way that Mami-chan likes me. Do you see what just happened? His entire self-worth is dedicated on his ability to succeed. This is a very common thing attached to a lot of men. A lot of men are literally placed in positions of providers, right? A lot of dudes are literally placed in positions of providers. If you fail at your task, you can't be a good provider. Therefore, you're not worthy of love. What is happening here is that their identity does not matter. Who Kazuya is does not fucking matter. What matters is his ability to succeed. And Minnie actively reinforces this to him. This is what you're not seeing. The system and how and the societal elements, the societal expectations that are being enforced onto Kazuya by characters like Minnie, by Kazuya's family, are the reason he is immature. Not simply just because. That's what you're not seeing. There's a societal element here that you're just completely ignoring. And when you remove these factors and of how you look at these characters and how you look at these characters, you choose to see them how you want to see them. Kazuya will always be a fuck up in your eyes, not realizing that in you saying these things, you're actively reinforcing that his entire character is weighed on his ability to love and succeed in loving correctly, when no one succeeds in loving correctly. That's not the issue. The issue is you need to start seeing the truth. You need to start actually willing to interact with the truth. And you're not going to learn that when you're trapped in societal elements. Kazuya's entire character is literally being trapped in societal elements right now. Literally in societal expectations and what people think and what people want. He's literally in a simulation. He's in the Matrix. He's literally in the Matrix, and the Matrix is like, that's what you don't realize. This is a simulation within a simulation. It's a fucking Inception. It's literally Matrixception. That's literally what this is. He is acting out a simulation, not realizing he's in a simulation. That's where he is. He's literally trapped in a deeper simulation than he even realizes. And that simulation reinforces to him what he already believes and knows. That's the problem. Literally, how does the chapter start? I even said this. This dude shouldn't be on the road. It starts with people literally already judging Kazuya and not seeing him fucking crying. Nobody comes up to him and is like, hey, dude, are you okay? Did you notice that? Not a single person, including Mami, comes up to Kazuya and says, are you okay? No one wants to help him. No one cares. They just say he's unfit for the road. Even I did. He's unfit for the road. Yet no one helps him feel better to be like he could be on the road. That he can succeed. Chizuru actively tries to do this. He doesn't let her. He doesn't show her how much she helps him. And did you notice that? The moment Kazuya leaves Chizuru, he starts spiraling. The moment Kazuya leaves Chizuru, he starts spiraling. It's almost like Chizuru was what was keeping him in check. Right? The moment Chizuru is not interacting with Kazuya anymore, he starts fucking spiraling. It's like she was the only thing keeping him in check. And the moment he leaves, he starts falling apart. Kazuya turns into a total mess. And it's happening more and more. With each chapter, it's getting worse. Everybody keeps dictating his life for him. Everybody keeps making these decisions for him. And he never understood how much she went through for him. Right? These chapters are seemingly doing this. What does Mami do? Mami never really notices what's going on with Kazuya. What does Mami do? Mami projects onto him what she herself is feeling. She just thinks Kazuya is lonely. So she opens up to him. She just thinks he's lonely. It's so much worse than loneliness. This isn't simply loneliness. Right? I think this is why Mami opened up here, that we're together a lot. I copied your schedule so it's not lonely, right? She's trying to be together with him. Right? She's trying to indicate to him, I'm here with you. Not realizing she's literally the reason he's like this. She's literally the reason Kazuya is like this. She is literally his trauma. She is the source of his trauma. She is the reason he says, I want to disappear. In fact, Crumpy, if you're still here, I want to check something with you. Crumpy, there's something I want to check with you. This panel right here. This panel right here. I want to pull up. I'm going to send it to you. So let me send it to you first. Okay. I'm going to pull up something. Let me make sure I get the right chapter before I go and purchase it. Okay, 226, that's the chapter. Okay. Let's see. 226, 226. Uh-huh. Okay. Gimme. Can't believe that worked. All right. Right here. Are Kazuya's words in this big panel the same as his words when he says he wishes to disappear. Are Kazuya's words in that panel the same words that he says in this chapter? I just want to know. I just want to know. If it is, that is the most blatant. He uses the same verb, but not in the same form. Why did Kazuya wish to disappear here? Kazuya says, I want to disappear. Why does Kazuya wish to disappear here again? A certain little shit. A certain little shit. It's almost like these words were exactly calling back to that moment. She is literally the source of his pain. Mami is literally the source of his pain, and he goes back to her like you go back to an abuser. What is Kazuya and Ruka's relationship? Isn't she bullying him into a relationship? Isn't she literally an abuser? Doesn't Umi seem like a bully when it comes to Chizuru? Trying to seemingly get her into a relationship? He's literally a victim, going back to his abuser. And now the abuser acts nice, so it's okay. Do you see the problem? Do you see the fucking problem? Kazuya's problem is this whole ecosystem. No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. You're partially correct. But there's a difference. There's a difference. Kazuya's family does greatly care about him. The problem is that their foundation has fallen apart, and every character needs to relearn and reevaluate how they go about loving. Your problem is you just want to blame the family. Mami is the abuser. It's not that simple. Okay, hey, dude, new person who just came in here. Can you dial it down with the whatever the heck you're saying? I don't know what you're saying. It just seems like a whole bunch of jargon. Okay. Sorry, what was I saying? No. So the difference is that every character is trying to relearn how to be in a relationship. Kazuya's family needs to recognize the okay, I'm muting this person. I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute this person. He's getting a little annoying. I'm sorry, new person. I don't mind. It's just you're diluting chat, and I don't care for that. So no, when it comes to Kazuya's family, it's a little more complicated because they need to learn how they've hurt him. I don't think they fully know how they've hurt him. Mami knows how she's hurt him, and she just refuses to address that in herself. Kazuya's family is trying to learn to be better. Mami isn't. That's kind of the key difference. Is like when we're so busy blaming people for being shitty, we don't recognize what if they actually are shitty or what they're trying to do. Kazuya's family let social expectations decide how they felt about the person that they cared about. They didn't choose to believe him. They chose to mistrust him. They let Mami control them. Okay? In contrast, Mami isn't really addressing any of the stuff she did, and she can never form a proper relationship with Kazuya if she keeps pretending like this. That's never going to happen. In contrast, Kazuya's family is trying to be better. They're trying to, and you can see that in their inaction. They're literally stepping the fuck away. They're literally stepping the fuck away. Whenever they interact, usually they try to help them get on the right path and try not to be as obnoxious as fuck about it. And you see them slowly but surely try to change. Kibe initially tells Kazuya, if you and Chizuru break up now, I'm going to cut you up with a chainsaw. And then when he realizes what that meant, when Chizuru comes up to him, he regrets it immediately. He's just like, fuck, I know I said that. I feel like I'm a terrible friend right now. The same thing happens with Nagomi. Initially, she's really, really hard on Kazuya, and then she starts just kind of keeping her distance. She kicks him out of the house, not realizing what that would do to him. And I think that's her slowly learning what she's done to him and how she's impacting him. Every character, in some ways, is learning how they've impacted Kazuya and how they've hurt him in ways that they don't recognize, robbing him of his identity. Mami, in particular, needs to accept that she is his fucking abuser. Ruka, in contrast, needs to accept that, like, she is not helping Kazuya. She's fucking hurting him. She is getting in the way of the relationship she claims to not want to be in the way of because she's not being honest with herself. While at the same time, recognize Kazuya's absolutely led her the fuck on, and he's not her perfect Prince Charming. And basically, every character needs to learn to see the truth. That's what Reiji is setting up with this arc. That is what Reiji is building and setting up with this arc. Every character learning to see the truth. Learning to see the truth of themselves, learning to see the truth of the people around them and their impact on those people. It's with Mami, it's with Minnie, it's with Ruka, it's with Chizuru even. Chizuru's particular case is that she needs to see the truth that she herself is not just the bad person, whereas the other characters need to accept their own bad actions. That's the problem with Chizuru, is like she needs to see that she isn't the villain, whereas everyone else needs to see they are the villain of their own story. Right? And so when Chizuru is rescued from this guilt, she can rescue Kazuya. And I think everybody in the story knows, probably, is that the only one who can truly rescue Kazuya is Chizuru. Nobody else. Minnie can't save him, Ruka can't save him, Mami can't save him. No one but Chizuru can save him. So are you saying Kazuya may go back to Mami and Chizuru to Umi after all this blows up? No. So what I think is going to happen with Umi is that I could see Umi helping Chizuru in some way because she has nobody at the moment. Chizuru isn't going to go back to Umi. That's not what's going to happen. That was never a thing. That was never, ever a thing. What is going to happen is that Kazuya is going to start going back to Mami. He's going to go back to Mami. And what I could see happen is that he sees something with Umi. And he just immediately assumes. He just immediately assumes. Instant confirmation bias. He's just going to immediately assume something with Chizuru is going, something with Umi and Chizuru is going on. So what's going to happen? He's going to get mad at her. He's going to lash out. He's like, well, what was all this? What was all that? You fucking lied to me. See what I mean? He's always deep down thought this. What people don't realize, the thing that people just don't fucking see is that chapter 218 deeply impacts this fucking story. Chapter 218 deeply impacts this fucking story. It has been haunting the narrative this whole fucking time. People think it's just a chapter that ruined the story, not realizing how it's literally haunting it. And so that's what I'm saying. No, Chizuru's not going to go back to Umi. That was never a fucking thing. I could see Umi trying to help and making it worse, as he always has. And then Umi will see full front and center how him trying to help always makes it worse. See what I mean? Umi's whole thing also needs to learn the truth. He needs to learn how him trying to help constantly makes it fucking worse. And it did. He has always been making it worse. He's been making it worse from the fucking start. His approach is always fucking terrible. Umi's approach has always been garbage. He fucking sucks at what he does. Umi is so caught up in acting out how to help people that he doesn't help them properly. He doesn't communicate properly. He doesn't say what's actually going on. He hides things too much. Umi is what you think Chizuru is. Chizuru, in contrast, is too kind. She protects everybody. She always puts other people first and not herself. And ultimately, she gets hurt for it. Right? Not realizing this is actually one of her best traits. And what she needs to do is be a little harsher to people. You can be kind to people by calling them the fuck out on their shit. Wouldn't it be kind of surprising if Umi seems to turn out to be Ruka's prince and charming? No, that doesn't make any sense. Ruka's entire narrative point is that she does not need a man to feel whole. She needs to learn what love truly is. There's a parallel between Mami and Ruka. Mami's entire thing is that she is trying to find her heart again, as a parallel to how Ruka is trying to make sure she has a heart. Both characters are essentially paralleling in different ways. I kind of wrote a thing about this, where Mami's entire thing is that she needs to accept that she doesn't need a man in order to find her own freedom. What Mami wants is not love, she wants freedom. What Mami wants is freedom, not love. Love can come after the fact, but she wants to be able to make her own decisions. That is what she's running away from. Every character is running away from something. Kazuya is running away from Chizuru. Mami is running away from her family. She's not confronting the fact that she wants to be free. And it's not just about a guy. She willingly walks back to her prison. Mami willingly returns to her prison at home. What she wants is freedom. What Mami wants is freedom. What Ruka wants is to feel whole. To feel like there's nothing wrong with her. To feel like she's not broken. So she constantly chases this thing that she thinks will fill this hole and tell her she's not broken. There's nothing wrong with her. What she needs to realize is nobody's going to fill that hole for her. She needs to accept herself and understand she's not broken. Now, someone could help her by accepting her, by accepting who she is. Kazuya could maybe do that, but I don't know if he will. Maybe Kazuya needs to rescue both Ruka and Chizuru. I don't know. But Ruka's whole thing is that Kazuya is not her Prince Charming. Kazuya merely helped her initially, but she is the one who decides her own destiny. If she wants to be whole, she can be whole. Other people have told her they like her as she is. Not for Kazuya. You see this in Hawaiians. She's literally off and about having fun on her own. Kazuya isn't there. And then she convinces herself it's Kazuya. It's no one but yourself. Okay? So that's Ruka's lesson, and that's Mami's lesson. Sumi's lesson is that she has to actually be active in her own life. She can't use her temperament as an excuse forever. Sumi is too passive in the story. Her entire thing is passivity. She doesn't do anything. She uses her temperament as an excuse to not do things. She's shy. And she can't keep using that shyness as an excuse. Okay. So sorry. Umi is the trigger. I mean, yeah. Umi's always been the trigger. The opportunist. Not a bad guy, but if you wouldn't surprise me if he uses the situation to his advantage. Not quite. Oh, you're saying Umi's the tiger. I thought you wanted to say he's the tigger. He's Tigger. No, he's not. No. I think you've misunderstood Umi. Umi is not the opportunist. Umi is the like yes, he's tried to use opportunities, but none of them ever work. No, Umi is the character who tries to help and makes it worse. Umi is the character who tries to help and makes it worse. But him making it worse is kind of what kind of needs to happen. Minnie is the character that looks like she's helping, but she's actually making it worse. Basically, Umi is the necessary conflict. Minnie is the unnecessary conflict. That's the best way I can put it. Umi is necessary conflict. Minnie is unnecessary conflict. What Minnie does not need to happen. What Minnie does not need to happen. That is the thing from the very start. She didn't need to confront Kazuya and Chizuru like she did at the very beginning of the series. That never needed to happen. Anyways. Sure, boss. Yamori over Chizuru. I love Minnie because she's a deluded fucking clown who likes waifus. I love Minnie because she's a deluded fucking clown who loves waifus. Okay, what have we here? One sec. Be right back. Shaku? I'll be back shortly, chat. I'm gonna leave you with Sumi. Here. Look at Sumi's adorable ass. Just I gotta take care of some stuff. I'll be back shortly. Just stick with Sumi. Have fun with Sumi. Look at adorable fucking Sumi over here. Oh, once I fix it. Sorry, I was in the way. I'm back. Had to walk the cat. Sorry. Oh, this is like all dark because they're like sun thingamajigs. And my nose is weird. Now I gotta grab some tissues. Oh. All right. So what I miss? What I miss, chat? What's going on? What I miss? Ugh. Ugh. Had to go walk my cat because he wouldn't fucking chill the hell out. He always wants these like morning walks. And sometimes like I just couldn't do it in the morning because I'm here with you guys. But here we are. Yes, I do walk my cat. Yes, he is a very stubborn little shit. All right. I think something, but now on July 11th will cause you to snap and contact Chizuru earlier. I don't know. Okay. Give me a sec. Let me check Twitter. Oh yeah, in other notes, did you guys want me to keep going with Resident Evil? Like to play the insanity mode? I started on my own. I started playing insanity mode on my own, and it is okay. So I'm writing something on Twitter. I'll show it to you guys in just a second. I have an issue with the game and its scaling. The game doesn't have a hardcore difficulty, but it does have a insane difficulty. That's really fucking stupid. Because the disparity between normal and insanity is too high. Here, one sec. The teaser for next time. The teaser for chapter is close it. It's the same. Okay, let's go to Reddit really quick. Kubari link. Okay, sorry. Okay. So all I did was post this. Computer's being really slow. I said the teaser for chapter 416 is close it, i.e. the corridor. This is the exact same words Chizuru said when she came over to Kazuya's place in chapter 440. Have you noticed that? Nearly everything Kazuya does with Mami, he has done with Chizuru, not realizing the meaning. Okay. Let's download this really quick. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, for Resident Evil, I feel really weird about 9. On one hand, I like 9, but the more I think about it, the weirder my score gets. It's like on one hand, some things are good and better than I expected, like having taken the time to think about it. On the other, there are things where my score's like kind of dropping, and I'm just like, guys, what the fuck was the plan here? Like, what were we thinking here? What were we cooking here? What's going on? And watching other people and having them have the same reaction as me, and I'm just like, okay, good. So it's not just me. It's not just me. Okay. It is like an actual game thing. Like, you know, the final part of the game just felt too scripted and too easy. A lot of people were saying the same stuff. The game just felt like way too easy. There's just things that I'm just not vibing with. I think it's possible that once the honeymoon phase of Resident Evil 9 kind of ends, people may look at this game a little bit differently. I think that's totally possible. Anyways, here I'll make a poll, and while we keep talking, did you want me to keep going with RE9 on insanity mode? Okay, so I posted this. I made a poll. Just go ahead. I'll see how many people are interested, how many people aren't. In the meantime, I'm gonna reread what you guys have been saying. While I was away. Do you think Ruka's going to be mentally broken when she breaks up with Kazuya? I'm asking this because she's known it subconsciously ever since she forced Kazuya into a relationship that he's in love with Chizuru, and she's been in his action as well. I don't think Ruka's going to be mentally broken. She's just going to be sad and have to slowly come to terms with it. Does Kazuya think that if he removes himself from Chizuru's life, all the troubles he caused to Chizuru will magically be solved? No, he doesn't want to remove himself from Chizuru's life. That's the problem. And that's literally the problem. He is trapping her in a relationship while also not committing to one. So literally, she's just kind of stuck. We see Mami all shy, so maybe we'll see Sumi a little more active, like they switched places. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good catch. The idea of both Mami and Sumi possibly switching places, absolutely, it makes some sense. Sumi looked a lot more active when we saw her. She's been a much more active character, whereas Mami has appeared kind of shy, and it's a little weird. Kazi being involved with Mami is leading to him being brought up again to get over his trauma. You don't just... No. You're misunderstanding this. This is not about getting over trauma. This is about addressing it. This is about recognizing you have a problem. Kazuya doesn't recognize he has a problem. That's the problem. When you don't recognize you have an issue, you will never fucking solve it. That's the problem. What Reiji's doing is slowly highlighting what the problem is. The reason Reiji's being so methodical about this and so slow, and I get it, there's a lot of readers who will not like this. I think this is one of those arcs that you will appreciate so much more upon reread once it's done. When you're reading through it, you may not like it. This is one of those arcs where when you're reading through it, you're probably not gonna like it very much. But once you reread it, oh man, when you realize what he's been cooking, and when it comes full circle, oh, bro, it's going to come full circle, and this arc will literally feel like peak fiction. Like, I'm telling you, this is what it's going to feel like. So this is one of those arcs where you kind of don't get what the issue is. And essentially the problem is a lot of readers, especially Japanese readers, are very caught up in like being very defensive of Kazuya and blaming Chizuru for everything, not realizing a lot of the current stuff that's actually going on, Chizuru has been saving him from. Chizuru has been protecting him from. And this is him essentially going out into the world and realizing how much she's been protecting him. Realizing how much she fucking cared about him and what she kept him safe from. And how she's literally made his life fucking better. That's what Kazuya is essentially learning here. He's learning what she shouldered for him, just as you would understand what your parents have gone through for you. So for instance, when you leave the house, when you're like, becoming an adult and all that shit, you don't really realize how much your parents were shielding you from. You don't really get it until you start experiencing it. And then suddenly, oh boy, read Twitch chat too. I will, just give me a sec. Sorry, I'll read Twitch chat in just a little bit. Yeah, you don't get how much your parents and your loved ones were shielding you from. This is kind of pretty similar too. Where Chizuru has essentially been defending and protecting Kazuya this whole time, and he doesn't realize how much she sacrificed for him, how much pain she's went through. So this is literally him transitioning into adulthood and learning firsthand what everything he experienced with her meant. Every little thing that he's experienced with her, he's learning what it meant. That's why he's literally re-experiencing the things he experienced with her here with Mami. As both of them essentially learn. Umi isn't so innocent that he won't take advantage of Chizuru clearly suffering. He's definitely going to exploit it and get closer. You clearly don't understand Umi. You clearly don't understand Umi as a character because he has had many opportunities and he never did it. Umi has had many opportunities and he's never done it. I think you're over villainizing Umi. And I've said this many times in the past. Don't be afraid to romanticize the things that you hate and to demonize the things that you love. When you're able to do that, you can start seeing things a lot more clearly. The thing about Umi is that I think people are too blinded by the fact that he's of his exploitative nature, not realizing how he might be unintentionally enforcing his exploitative nature. He doesn't fully realize like how he's doing this because he's trapped in his own mentality, much like how Kazuya is. Kazuya is trapped in his own mentality of these social constructs, when in reality, he might not necessarily be such a bad person. I don't think Umi is as exploitative as you think he is. He could be. I don't think so. We'll have to see. Kazuya being involved with Mami is leading to him being... Okay, well, we read this one. Will Reiji add aspects of Sumi's spinoff to the main narrative now that she's back? That's a good one. I don't know. It's possible. I don't know. With Kazuya's current mindset, he won't make it to July 11th. I don't even. That's the thing. What the fuck even is July 11th? Right? What the fuck even is July 11th? You don't know. Yeah, I think his guilt is gonna make him give up. I don't know about giving up. In the last few chapters, I've noticed that Minnie isn't so much the antagonist anymore. She even swears to herself that she's going to take what happened with Ruka to the grave. Oh no, she's the antagonist. I'll read you what I wrote about Minnie. So what is it? G, a friend who reads some Japanese, he essentially talked about Chizuru, and we'll get into that shortly when it comes to chapter 414. While I focused on Minnie, I wrote a whole thing, like deconstructing Minnie's character. We'll read that shortly. So just to prove my point, Minnie is the antagonist. You don't think she is. She's the antagonist by trying to be the hero, which is kind of literally what chat is like. Let's see. Do you think whatever happens here with Mami will bring even worse guilt than with Ruka? That's a good question. It's possible. I don't think so. I don't think so. No. I don't think so. I think what's going to happen with Mami is going to be the total opposite. Where guilt should be present with Mami, it won't be. I think Mami might even open up to Kazuya about what she's been through. That makes some sense. I think Mami might even tell Kazuya about her family life. It's totally possible. I think so. There's a very real possibility Mami might tell Kazuya about her family life. And Kazuya might try to like save Mami. And eventually he might realize he can't. I think this is an intrinsic element here, which makes a lot of sense. So I thought this idea of like, okay, Kazuya, my Yuri is Ruka, and Kurusu, so I'm talking about Steins Gate. I thought Kurusu is Chizuru, my Yuri is Ruka. I might be wrong. My Yuri might be Mami, which makes some sense. Why? I could see Kazuya trying to save Mami from her family circumstances, and he literally can't. No matter what he does, he literally can't. He'll never be able to save Mami from her family circumstances. She has to do that herself. It would be interesting if Mami's dad, like, starts doing shit again. It'd be interesting if Mami's dad starts trying to do shit again. That would be interesting. Remember what Mami's dad did with her first boyfriend? He literally, like, sent dudes to blackmail him. That could totally happen again. God knows how. Right? And it could be that thing that's like directly connected to Steins Gate, where these men show up and they like hurt the people Kazuya loves, or sorry, hurt the people that Okaba loves. This could be similar to that, you know, where Kazuya has to deal with like these goons, these politicians. This element of the politicians was even somewhat foreshadowed, where Kazuya hears about these like crooked politicians and like how they're cheating and shit, and they got caught. That was there from like the very beginning. I don't know if you guys remember this. I'm surprised some people don't fucking remember this. People are like, oh, the thing is only happening recently. This was there from the fucking start, bro. This was there from the fucking start. Where is it? Here, one sec. So after Kazuya talks to Kibe, who sees him? Mami. Mami sees Kazuya. Okay, it was already foreshadowed. Kazuya goes home and listen to this. Listen to what he hears in the news. Regarding the issue of the heir's chief cabinet secretary receiving illegal payments, the investigation has reached a standstill. Get it? Because his research was reaching a standstill. There's been no word from Mizuhara for a whole week. What am I going to do if our investigation has hit a roadblock just a few weeks after it began? There's an investigation into the cabinet receiving illegal payments. Isn't Chizuru technically receiving illegal payments from Kazuya because she's breaking the rules? Get it? So, as a mirror to the scandal, there was already a scandal going on with Chizuru, if you will. So I could totally see, like, Mami's parents going after Kazuya and hurting Chizuru in some way. Right? Kazuya's own actions, and Mami seeing how she's hurting Chizuru by, saying, I'm not going to do anything, and then she brought Kazuya into her life, which resulted in Chizuru getting hurt. Do you see how these things could connect like that? That makes some sense, So I could see Mami telling Kazuya to close the door and then opening up about her family life. And this is important. Why? Because Kazuya's wanted to know about Mami's life for a little bit. He was curious. In fact, this was literally there in the girlfriend and the school bag part 1. Chapter 400, where this all began. The girlfriend and the school bag part 1. What does Kazuya remember? Actually, I haven't talked to her since that one time, right? She said he's not her boyfriend. It's hard to talk about it, though. This mirrors how Minnie wanted to know about Chizuru's dad, but didn't ask. And how Kazuya is wrong about this guy. Kazuya is making all sorts of assumptions about this dude. And yet, him asking might actually be the solution. Well, it's probably best to not ask about this stuff. Guess what? It's probably going to come up now. And this is where things are going to take that darker turn. Because Mami's family will absolutely try to go after Kazuya, might hurt his family, might do something, threaten him in some way, just try to get him to fucking back off. And Kazuya can't help Mami. She has to help herself. That's the thing. No one's going to free Mami except herself. So Mami trying to get Kazuya to free her, which in turn results in Kazuya getting hurt or the people around him getting hurt as a byproduct of her unwillingness to save herself. See how it connects? See how the setup is like really kind of there? I could definitely see that. This would parallel Steins Gate perfectly. Where Kazuya's issue is that he's trying to save Mami when she needs to save herself. And Mami seeing how she's not saving herself is hurting these people around her. So there you go. Yeah, that'll be interesting. So it's less, I think it's less about Kazuya's guilt for Mami and more about Mami's guilt for Kazuya. And Mami confronting what she's done to Kazuya. So Kazuya getting hurt as a byproduct of her father's actions is so thematically fitting because Mami becomes her father in Hawaiians and she refuses to come to terms with that. So Mami not doing anything herself but bringing Kazuya into this world to get hurt as a contrast to Chizuru, who doesn't bring Kazuya into her world to get hurt and make sure he doesn't get hurt, is a perfect contrast. The setup is kind of... Suddenly it makes a lot more sense. I was trying to wonder how Chizuru would end up getting hurt. And that makes some sense. Ruka could also be relevant to this somehow. We'll see. Let's see. He said giving up now would be worse than what he did in this chapter, so I don't think he will give up on her. Yeah, it's not about giving up. It's about learning what it took for Chizuru to give up. Kazuya can't give up. What he needs to do is learn to give up, to realize how much it took for Chizuru to reject him. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying Kazuya needs to learn to give up. He needs to learn how much it took for Chizuru to let go. How fucking painful it was for her to let go. How much it hurt her. Question for the chat. Do we think that Rent-A-Girlfriend might be getting too complex with the different references and subcontext for the average reader? No. No. So look, the average reader is not supposed to understand any of this. You're not meant to. I'm reading into the future. I'm reading into the fucking future, dude. I'm seeing what this dude is putting down way ahead of time. This is not something for the average reader to pick up. This is for the hardcore readers. What Reiji's putting down is for the hardcore readers. You can't tell what this is. You're not supposed to. You're not supposed to fucking have any clue what the fuck is going on here. This is why I disagree with Brief so much, where he's just like, it's getting too complex. I disagree. Reiji doesn't want you to dig into all of this. He wants you to be confused. He knows the average reader is confused and doesn't know what the fuck he's putting down. And he's using that to his own benefit. Just understand the things I'm talking about, I am digging into the fucking text. An average reader will not. You go to my channel because I deeply analyze the narrative. Not because, I'm looking at this at surface level. That's the appeal of my channel. That I'm digging this deep into it. But an average reader absolutely will not. That is not the intention. Reiji knows this. It's just if you can look past your blindness, you can see what's there. In reality, it's incredibly simple. It's incredibly simple. His writing is actually really, really straightforward because he understands what he's putting down. You just don't. That's the issue. The moment you understand what Reiji's putting down, everything he says will make sense. The moment you understand why the story is being written the way that it is, it'll all make sense. It won't feel stupid. It won't feel too complex. Okay, I know how to explain this the best way possible. Have you ever played a video game where there's a big fucking mystery? And then when the mystery is solved in the end of the game, you come back to the video game and you replay it, and suddenly every little thing that was confusing or weird, it didn't make sense, clicks perfectly. You're like, oh, that's why he says this. Oh, that's why they said that. Oh, okay. Oh, it makes so much fucking sense now. That. Literally that. It's exactly this. It's when you go back to the story and every little detail starts clicking together and your mind is fucking blown. You're like, oh my God, he was thinking that much about it. It's literally the crux of a good mystery story. It is the core of a fantastic mystery story where you leave the answers everywhere for the readers. Everything is right there in front of you for the readers. You just have to be able to know what you're looking at to learn to see the truth. This falls perfectly in line with the thematic idea of the narrative, learning to see the truth, which Kazuya and Minnie refuse to do, which Mami refuses to do, with Ruka, who cannot do it, with Chizuru, who is struggling to see her own truth. But she's actually trying to. If anything, she sees more truth than anyone around her. But she's being told she's blind. I think that's the contrast between Chizuru and everyone around her. She actually sees the truth. Everyone around her tells her she's blind. That's kind of the best way I can describe Chizuru right now. Is that she's literally been tricked into thinking she's deluded and she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about and she's stupid. She's not. She knows exactly what she's thinking. She sees things a lot more clearly than any of us do. But we're the ones who are wrong. Okay. There's nothing wrong with RAG being complex, so long as the main course of events are clearly laid out. If there's something that you don't get right away, you can always reread it until you do. There you go. For me personally, RAG is a bit much for weekly reading at the moment, but I can't stop and wait. I mean, yeah, on a weekly basis, it's a little rough. Oh, trust me, I get what love complex, but I'm just asking for other people who are new to get into it. Sorry, I just have to leave, guys. Okay, I wouldn't exactly call it getting complex, since we should all remember these characters. We're just teenagers trying to live. No, these characters aren't just teenagers. It is getting complex. I think you're oversimplifying in saying that stuff. Let's see. Oh my God, why is there so much in chat? Yo, the glasses look cool. I looked like fucking Wesker, bro. Again, I get the story. I'm just asking for a general sense. I think something, okay, July 11th, typical of cats. My Resident Evil friend gave it a 6.5 out of 10. Oh yeah, for Resident Evil. Yeah. I mean, personally, I give it an 8. I think there's some stuff that's really good in retrospect. I give it an 8. yeah, I think 8 is like the final score I give Resident Evil. I still had a lot of fun with it. It's just some portions dragged way too long. Some portions just weren't that fun. Like the dilapidated Raccoon City burned me the fuck out, dude. I was getting real tired of that ugly shit. I would have liked a little bit of change, some sort of weather change, some sort of vibe change, something. I just was not clicking with that shit. I was getting a little tired of it. I think it was just not great to be in that vibe constantly. It was cool for a little bit, but I kind of got burned out. I will still say, like, the beginning part of this game is the best part of this game. The gray section is the best part of this game, by far. And I think the second half of the game is kind of a mess. The ending kind of falls flat. It doesn't feel very rewarding. The pacing is weird as shit. The construction of the ideas doesn't fully land. Like, Grace as a character definitely transitions to a much more mature, or not mature, like more confident character by the end of the game. She definitely has that change. But they don't do enough with it, I think. I think, not enough time was left for her to kind of, like, the balance was just kind of really weird at the end of the game. You know, and it felt kind of off, and I think they should have I wish they were able to do a little more with Grace. Not enough was done for her. There's also contradictions to the narrative, which the story seemingly knows. The entire point of Resident Evil 9, in my opinion, is that it's literally a contradiction of a story, because two things are true at the same time. One, Spencer is a horrible human being who did horrible things in the story, and in the end of the story, he's still stuck to these evil beliefs, and yet somehow he also sought atonement. And that's the whole idea, is like both are true, because it matches how remakes and interpretations and other stories have existed, where it results in this amalgamation of things that don't make sense, and both are correct and both are wrong. And that's why the game literally has two endings. Both endings are true. Both endings make sense. There's a canon ending, but both endings are true. Anyways, correct me on this. Does Kazuya think that if he removes himself from Chizuru's life, will trouble? Okay, no. I don't think so. I don't think so. Sumi being more active, imagine Kazuya survives Ruka and Mami's temptations, but then falls to Sumi at the last second. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. He didn't survive anything with Ruka. He got fucking sexually assaulted. What do you want about? Ruka and Mami aren't necessarily just temptation. It's not what you think it is. Nor do I think the next chapter is what you think it is. Isn't Reiji afraid of turning the story into NTR unless it's for Kazuya in the future? No? What? No? But this isn't an NTR story, nor does he want that to be that. That's Kazuya's fears. Okay. I'm not saying Minnie... 4 plus 1 plus 5 equals 10. Oh my god, that's good. That's that. Yeah, because chapter 10. Chapter 10. I'm not saying Minnie isn't the antagonist still. I'm just saying she's too much of one. She's not much of one anymore. The one thing she could do to cause drama now is tell Chizuru about Ruka, and she said she won't. Actually, I disagree. I think if Minnie had told Chizuru about Ruka, it would have solved, like, almost all the problems. Her not saying something is her being an antagonist. That's what you don't realize. That's literally what you don't realize. Her not telling Kazuya, but not telling Chizuru about Ruka is the problem. You think she isn't. That is the problem. She should have told Chizuru about Ruka. What we misunderstood is that we thought Chizuru shouldn't know. She should absolutely fucking know. And even if it's Minnie telling her, it would have actually been good. Because Chizuru wants to know. And Minnie chooses not to tell her. Okay. Not only that, but also a lie about Mami breakups that Kazuya doesn't know why. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. We didn't mention that. Kazuya does not know why they broke up. Suddenly, Kazuya being told about about Mami's breakup and why she might have broken up with him would flip the entire narrative on its head. Kazuya is still not good. Like, literally, Kazuya's entire narrative issue right here is that Mami does not like him. This mirrors how he believes Chizuru does not like him. To then suddenly be told by Mami that she liked him and the reason she broke up with him was because of her family See how that directly parallels Chizuru, but Kazuya will not clock it. Right? Do you see how that could directly parallel Chizuru, but Kazuya will not clock it? While at the same time, there's going to be a problem. That still doesn't address the fact that Mami still heard Kazuya and how she broke up with him. She could have done it differently. Why did she even date him in the first place if she wasn't fucking serious about him? Never going to cross his mind. What Kazuya will stick on is, oh my god, she liked me. And he's not going to see the parallels with Chizuru. He's not going to see how Chizuru has always liked him, but she felt guilty and she felt like she couldn't. Whereas Mami, he's not going to see the truth of why Mami liking him disguises her horrible acts towards him. He's literally going back to his abuser. Do you think Chizuru will forgive Mami for what she's done? Not fully. Not fully. Mami's going to have to atone, and Chizuru, being kind, may try to forgive Mami, but what you don't realize is that even now she's still kind of trying to. Does Chizuru even hold a grudge against Mami? No, it's not that she holds a grudge against Mami, it's that she just can't forgive her. But you don't see, what you don't realize is how sad that is. I wrote something for that. Let me pull it up. What you don't realize is how sad that is. That Chizuru can't forgive Mami. Let me pull it up. Okay, how do I... Sorry, I gotta check something. I forgot how to use search. There we go. Control F. Okay. Control F. That did something weird. Control F. Oh, I didn't press control. I'm stupid. Whoops. I wasn't pressing control. Control F. Forgive. Okay. Okay. So let's see here. Mami doesn't believe in dreams or aspirations. Life is empty and meaningless. All these people talking about love, they're fools. Dreams don't come true. You're at the whims of the cruelty of reality. There is no freedom. You are all prisoners in the shell called existence. We can't challenge true authority. We are powerless and weak with no courage to fly or take the leap of faith. Because all that we do is results because all that will do is result in your own death. You're a bad person who uses others for your own selfish gains. Your lies are evil. There is no nuance in people, only good and evil. And you are evil, and you are evil. And if you are evil, then I am the worst of the worst. There is no hope, only despair. And yet, that in itself is a lie. Mami doesn't actually believe this. She wants to, because if she does, it would mean that the trauma and suffering she experienced as a victim of domestic abuse is valid. It is a coping mechanism. Mami isn't evil. She's a victim who became the very abuser she despised and looked at herself in the mirror, and had to look at herself in the mirror, realizing how her love became so twisted up in all the pain that in reality was all just jealousy. Jealousy that Chizuru was so close to Kazuya when she wasn't. Jealousy that Chizuru is everything she wanted to be. A constant rigged game where Mami forces Chizuru to answer no when asked if she loved Kazuya to validate her own love. To force Chizuru into the literal corner and literally gaslight you, the readers, and herself into believing Chizuru is evil. And it worked. A lot of people turned on Chizuru in this arc and actually agreed with Mami. Many even do it now. only looking at the picture that validates their own bias and stigma, not the actual picture that is Chizuru. That's why they can never see her like Kazuya sees her. They can never believe in her like Kazuya believes in her. And even Kazuya is starting to fall into this trap. They can't accept her anymore. They have to hate her because it's easier to hate than it is to love. It is easier to let ourselves hate so we validate our own loneliness, envy, and trauma at being hurt at some point in the past. When in reality, that's just like Mami. Just a young second-year college student who wants to love but can't believe in it because she got burned by it. Traumatized and trapped in a literal arranged marriage. Her room actually looks like a prison that she can walk out of but can never truly leave. She is a victim of oppression and conformity, never met with acceptance but only rejection. Promised a wonderful future but never allowed to exist in the making of it. All of her choices are predestined, already written. Her future is set in stone, like a cursed prophecy she can never escape, which is why Chizuru doesn't truly hate her. And rather, Chizuru's inability to forgive Mami is actually her inability to forgive herself. Because she gets this. She too wants love and acceptance. It's why Chizuru wants to believe in Mami even in the end. Why she challenged her to question her feelings even when Mami tried to destroy everything she loved. Threatened her livelihood and called her a whore. Why Chizuru never outed Mami to Kazuya, valuing both Mami and Kazuya's feelings. That she didn't want Kazuya to hate Mami just as she wouldn't want to be hated. Despite how damn much Mami hurt Chizuru, Chizuru still felt the need to apologize to her, blaming herself for everything and choosing to make herself the bad guy, taking all of the hits so Kazuya isn't the villain, so Kazuya doesn't get hurt. In all this time, Chizuru blamed herself for everything. Mami's words making her doubt her choices and love, because Ruka is in love and she isn't. Mami even told her this. Kazuya has an actual girlfriend who loves him, and you're taking that away from him. Do you see how Chizuru could come to the conclusion of the rejection? Ruka loves Kazuya, and she was never going to be enough no matter how desperate she wanted to be with him. Mami, the character that represents that hatred, stigma, and shallowness of some readers, is in large part the reason why Chizuru doubts herself so much. The bitter, short-sighted bigotry and misogyny towards Chizuru that this girl made her... Sorry. The bitter, short-sighted bigotry and misogyny towards this girl made her believe she was a terrible person and unworthy of love. In simpler terms, can't we say that we are the villains of this story? Our bias, our judgment, our narrow-minded views, all of it. We made this character feel unworthy of love, and we pushed them to act like someone else rather than themselves. But they proved us wrong anyway. Even when rejected, their true selves was met with acceptance, and their love persevered through everything. No matter how much the world hurt them, no matter how much they hurt each other, their love never ended. Even when faced with the end, they didn't stop believing in the other person, and it's the very acceptance that led them to find true love. And that's pretty much where we're going to come back to. Wrong. Bro, what the fuck are you doing here? What's wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? What a terrible fucking thing to say. What a horrible thing to fucking say about anyone. And you justify it because it's fiction. What a horrible thing to fucking say. And you probably don't even hear me. You probably already left. You don't even care. What a horrible thing to say. Chat, don't ever be like this person, please. Be better. Chat, be better. I know you're not, but be better. Mami's not that nihilistic. She absolutely is. Mami is incredibly nihilistic. You don't believe me that Mami is nihilistic? I was quoting her. Bro, I was quoting her. That's the funny part. I was fucking quoting her. It's kind of funny you think Mami isn't this nihilistic. I was fucking quoting her. Chapter 215. There was nothing I could do. I never stopped dreaming of a different life, but dropping out of school, leaving everything behind and finding for myself, it just wasn't realistic. I don't have the wit or the skills, let alone courage to pull it off. So that was the end of the road for me. In the end, I chose the stability of my parents. I was supposed to hate them, but we went back to pretending we were a happy family. I was just a small fry, powerless to stand up against society. And this ploy that I had dreamt up for my father, the stone I mindlessly cast to grab, mindlessly grabbed to cast at him, turned out to be a boomerang headed straight for my face. I should have seen it coming, though. I told myself I wanted to spend my life with Toru, but it was just for craving my freedom, my childish wish to escape my parents' smothering. I called it love, but some might say that was just my rebellious phase. Even now, I don't know what to call it, no matter how much I try to dissect my own thoughts. I cannot find a logical explanation for it. Frankly, I don't think anyone could. Besides, you know how people try to separate love from true love. Everyone talks about it, but I think labeling a relationship like that is stupid. I'm no better or I'm not bitter or anything, and I'm not trying to burst anyone's bubble. Whether you're a hypocrite who cares about others or an asshole who only cares about themselves, none of that matters in the end. Now, whenever I look at two people who are in love, I just get the urge to burn it all down. Those people who say they're in love, they're all make-believe, every single one of them. Mami isn't nihilistic, huh? Mami isn't nihilistic, huh? How about this? How about this one? Mami isn't nihilistic, huh? Okay, boss. Whoa, so this is it. Kind of an old design, isn't it? It's definitely a Showa wedding ring. Have you tried it on? No, not once. Well, I have to say I'm shocked that doesn't suit you at all. Have you thought about the look on their faces when you tell her the truth? But really, it's partially her fault too. Who gives a wedding ring to someone she's known for a less than a year? Come to think of it, he said the same to me. It was back when we were dating. He asked me to meet his grandma. Nagomi-san's not a bad person exactly, but there's something screwed up with that whole Kinoshita family. Look, like there's no way you haven't noticed it, right? The way he looks at you, it's almost like he thinks he has a shot. That's why he's been at this for so long, knowing he's breaking the rules. The way I see it, it's obvious you two are in different leagues. You're gorgeous for one, and he's dreaming about getting with an actress. Didn't he literally have a dream about this just right now? Aren't Mommy's words literally defining everything right now? But guys like him exist. Once they get an idea in their head, they sink into delusion. People like him, they don't know the hard truth of the world. They think they can make anything come true if they dream hard enough. You could call him an idealist or a dreamer, but he's really just an idiot, right? What you said just now, take that back. This might be rude, and I'm sorry for that, but don't you think you're handling this the wrong way? Going behind Kazuya's back to his grandma is crazy. Don't you see that? I understand that I didn't draw a line. I know I'm part of the reason the lives have dragged out this long. But isn't it up to Kazuya-san to decide when to lie and when to set the record straight? And I just can't help but think he's looking for that opportunity. In fact, time after time, he's tried to tell the truth. You're completely right that things can't go on like this forever. And it's inexcusable that we've dragged you into it. If you want an apology, it's yours 100 times over. But the way it's all put a smile on Nagomi-san's face. Am I the only one who thinks that's real? It is real. But how does Mami interpret it? So this is what it's done to you, day after day of constant lying. She's talking about herself. She's not talking about Chizuru. think of the dialogue here. She's talking about herself. You and I seem to have very different views on the value of lies. Saying things like that is just going to end up breaking her heart in the future. How did that turn out for your grandmother? Sayuri was fucking fine. The fuck are you talking about? But remember Mommy's backstory. Her grandmother died. It's like she lied to her grandmother. And yet, we have never thought, and yet you ever thought for a moment that a client might have an actual girlfriend waiting for him to come home. Chizuru already knows this. Even if your lies seem to make people happy at that moment, when it all comes back around, it just makes people miserable. She's talking about herself. She's not talking about Chizuru. You're a rental girlfriend, so maybe you can't help any of it, but in of itself, a lie is evil, even from you. Lies are not evil. And the end of the arc proves it. The lie Chizuru told at the end of Hawaiians saved Kazuya and his family. It gave them a second chance. Chizuru's lies have been protecting Kazuya this whole time. Lies are not evil. It's your intention behind the lie. And that's the funny thing about Mami. Literally everything I'm describing about her, everything she said, isn't that literally what she's doing? Isn't she sinking into her own little delusion? Aren't her lies literally defining all the narrative right now? And it sure looks like, doesn't it sure look like Mami is right? All of Chizuru's lying is coming back around. It's just hurting the people that she loves. Oh, look, Mami was right all along, right? Right? Or are you the ones deluding yourselves? Or are we the ones tricking ourselves into this bullshit? Are we the ones lying to ourselves and sinking into delusion? So based on what you're showing us, do you think Mami lost the earring on purpose or something could happen with Kazuya? Oh, no, she didn't lose it on purpose. No, she didn't lose it on purpose. I think Mami actually lost the earring. Now, I could be proven wrong. I could absolutely be proven wrong. Maybe Mami lost it on purpose. But the reason I don't think it was on purpose is because of how much she freaks the fuck out when Kazuya shows up. When Kazuya, look at her, she freaks. She loses her shit. This isn't someone who was planning this. There's an innocence to this. She wasn't planning this. She literally got into an accident. Get it? The entire chapter is Kazuya getting into accidents. Here's Mami literally getting caught in an accident because she wasn't paying attention. It shows how even Mami isn't paying attention. She freaks out. She seems oddly jumpy. Why is she jumpy? Why is Mami jumpy? What's she freaking out about? Is there something else she's freaking out about? Sorry, you kind of scared me. No, it's my fault for sneaking up on you. I guess it's scary being alone at night and having some guy suddenly appear behind you. Hey, Kazuya, have you considered how Chizuru goes through that every fucking day? Hey, Kazuya, what happened last chapter? What happened last chapter? Minnie and Chizuru separate. Try not to get hit on. Instantly, some dude walks up to Chizuru. Hey, he cute you alone? Hey, Kazuya. Remember how you were saying, what happened with Chizuru? What happened with Chizuru? You remember what happened with Chizuru? Oh, that's right. Chizuru walked home alone that night. Hey, Kazuya, remember what happened on the date? Chizuru walked home alone that night while she was injured and couldn't do anything. And here you are, sneaking up on Mami at night while she was all alone. You starting to get it? Nope. Never even crosses your mind. Never even processes it. How Chizuru goes through that shit alone for him. Constantly. But no, Kazuya doesn't view Chizuru as a normal girl. He idolizes her. But Mami, he does view as a normal girl. Oh, geez, I'm so lame. The way she acted just now felt so girly. Ba-dum. Look at him catching feelings for Mami. Look at him not being honest about what the fuck he wants. What Kazuya wants is a girly girl. And he's not being honest about what he desires and how he's forcing that conformity onto Chizuru. I lost my earring during my lesson this afternoon. Just one side. I'm pretty sure it was in here. The teacher said I could look for it. Bro, he got rejected and yet he carried her in the end. What are you rapping about? Did you forget the part where they were literally separated the entire time and then he ran into her by sheer dumb fucking luck? Or, oh, you don't remember that. Okay. Oh, you don't remember that. Okay. Sure thing, boss. Okay. Let's see what Kazuya does. Okay. Okay, sure. Give him some fucking credit where he doesn't deserve it. Chapter 381. Look at them walking. Kazuya's lost in his own head. Chizuru's walking behind him. He's not even fucking paying attention to her. He looks at her once. Mizuhara's quiet now. Yeah, have you considered this fucking sucks? I feel like I'm making it worse. No, just talk to her. You're making it worse because you're not fucking talking to her. Chizuru says, I want to go for a walk. Would you head back without me? Huh? Really? Sure. Then I'll go on ahead. He just agrees. He's leaving her alone at night, far away from home, and just lets her. He just lets her. This makes sense that she feels awkward. Mizuhara feels good to go home. I bet it doesn't feel very good to go home with a dude you just rejected. This is how kind she is. I'm worried about her being out by herself at night, but I can't exactly stop her in this situation either. Yes, you absolutely fucking can. Yes, you absolutely fucking can, dipshit. He doesn't. She gives him the ring, he takes it, and look at this stupid fucker running off. Look at this stupid little fucking idiot running off. She sits alone. He goes off in the train, he's busy feeling sad for himself, and then he starts even believing what Minnie said. That what most people call sneaky. This is what most people call sneaky, even though he knows how kind she is. And how she's literally doing this for him. In that moment, I felt like it hit me all at once. I wasn't thinking about what I should have done or what I was going to do from there. I was just disappointed that I wasn't able to get through to her. He literally wasn't thinking. He admits it. I felt like it would have been uncomfortable even if I had gone home and ended up alone with Mizuhara. I didn't think I would go to bed and get any sleep either. I decided to get off one stop before Nabokoro Station and walk the rest of the way. Maybe that was a good thing. He runs into her by sheer dumb fucking luck. He runs into her by sheer dumb fucking luck. And then he realizes she had blisters the whole fucking time. She was alone at night and literally dealt with these blisters solo for him. She was defenseless. She couldn't do anything. She could barely fucking walk. And he left her alone. And he never even checked. He never even asked her if she was okay alone. He just agreed blindly. Never even thought about it. He knew otherwise. He thought about it. He knew otherwise. But he was too busy feeling disappointed. He was too busy not getting what he wants. So no. No. He did leave her alone. He got fucking lucky. And he admits he got fucking lucky. You're welcome to defend Kazuya all you want. What he did afterward was correct. Him carrying her home was correct. He absolutely left her the fuck alone. And he's done this multiple times. In fact, he's doing it right now. Chizuru is literally alone. Chizuru is literally all on her own. And he's not there. He fucked off. He promised Sayuri I would be there even if our relationship ended. Where the fuck is he? What are you doing, bro? I thought you were going to support her. I thought you were going to be there for her. Oh, you can't do that now because you're not in a relationship, right? Because you're not good enough, right? Do you see how you can both completely understand how Kazuya is trapped in trauma and being a total fucking liar and a hypocrite? Do you see how Kazuya could absolutely be trapped in trauma and be a total liar and a hypocrite? Both are true. He is both a victim and he's victimizing himself. It's both true. He is absolutely Ruka's victim and he's victimizing himself. I'm going to read Twitch chat because I put you guys off for too long. I'm sorry. Bunnies are the one animal that are horniest. I'm not going to say the full word because I'm not going to get myself banned. So no, actually bunnies are not the horniest. They're just synonymous with lust. If you look it up, bunnies are not considered the horniest animals. They're just generally synonymous with lust. Because they're, you know the phrase, fucking like bunnies. The difference is the fact that Mami grabbed Mobo's shirt to keep him there. So did Chizuru. Chizuru also grabbed his shirt to keep him there. I get the feeling that Mami may try to kiss Kazuya and Kazuya may freeze up at the heartbreak where he pushes her away. Mami says, I can't return the feelings of me. So I doubt it. Nope. Nope. Now I'm starting to think the driving simulation was actually Mami's simulation. The entire chapter is a simulation. How can he just point out only things he's done? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's like earrings. It's like the incident on the beach chapter, but this time she's actually more honest with her desires, but now she's trying to get something that I don't know. Let's see. 3 check. Chapter 200 check chapter 58. In chapter 58, Chizuru's grandma talks about how lonely Chizuru is, and there's a parallel in this chapter too. Well, yeah, that chapter is at the core of this. That's literally what Kazuya is not doing. Yeah. So let's look at it real quick. Sure. I think the saddest thing that I'm seeing with chat here is that so many people are just really quick to defend Kazuya because he's the guy and the guys are the ones who are oppressed by women, and they don't see their internalized misogyny because they're so busy looking at how things appear, not what they actually are. While at the same time, they cannot blame the girls for being the villains in the picture at the same time. For instance, Mami or Ruka or even Minnie. Minnie is absolutely being a terrible person in this story, but people love her because she appears the way they like her to appear. And they can't see it. They're blind as shit. But the one person who's actually putting in a real fucking effort and trying, she's the villain. And I think that really says a lot about how people are interacting with this story and what happens when people come into chat. I think that really says a lot. That the one person who's actually putting in a real fucking effort is the villain of the picture, whereas everyone else who's not fucking trying and doing genuinely heinous fucking shit, people excuse. Because they're giving us what we personally desire. Okay, so gonna go here. What's up? Okay. So chapter 58. Let's read it real quick. So Sayuri talks to Kazuya. Something to ask of me. Come to think of it, Kazuya, you saw Chizuru's play, right? It was incredible. She was brilliant on stage. I had no idea Chizuru was so talented. She was like a real-life movie star. Have you told Chizuru? Yeah, I did. I hope it delighted her. Ever since she was a little girl, she's loved theater and being praised by people. Chizuru is constantly amazing me. She's probably the strongest, most reliable person I know, and it's always helping me out. I honestly don't know what I'd do without her. Strong, my little Chizuru. When she was small, she was quite clingy and honestly a bit of a crybaby. No way she was. Absolutely. I can't begin to tell you how many times she's cried because of the older kids in our neighborhood. And at night, she'd often crawl into my bed because she was afraid of sleeping alone. Oh, look, there is a parallel here. You're right. There is a parallel here. Oh, wow. You're right. There is a parallel. Good catch. Oh my god, there's even a... Oh, there's another one! Oh, there's another one. Oh, there's more. How did I not notice? Oh, there's more. How did I not notice? So there's this. I can't sleep. Hey, do you have any lonely nights? I stay with you. Oh my god, it's the same. Oh wow. And there's another one. There's another one I'm going to show you guys in just a sec. It's actually the next chapter. Stop, her grandmother's right there. Yes, I didn't want to tell Chizuru, but I don't have long to live. She jokes, but she's serious. Just kidding. This is so not funny. You know, Kazuya, I think that one day you're going to make it big. I'm sorry, but you might be expecting too much. I'm sure you can do it, Kazuya. A fine, strapping young man like you. Oh, I don't know. I'm sure I have an eye for things, you know. You say so. And it seems to me that you're already plenty strong yourself. Nobody's perfect. Sometimes we get lost. Sometimes we fall down. We know that we're weak. We know that we're fragile, but we still get back up again and again to pursue happiness. That's life. The true potential of human being lies in the fact that even in our lowest moments, we can still rejoice in the success of others. We can learn to accept and live with our feelings as they are. That's something. What is he not doing? What is the one thing Kazuya is not doing? He's not accepting and living with his feelings as they are. That's something you've already learned, Kazuya. You've unlocked that potential. As far as men go, you're one of the biggest out there. Chizuru is not very good at accepting her weaknesses. Instead, she hides her weaknesses by wearing her strong persona like a suit of armor. In a sense, she's truly an accomplished actress. Is this not what he's doing? Is this not literally what Kazuya is doing now? He hides his weakness behind a suit of armor, a strong persona, and a persona you can't even see anymore. In a sense, Kazuya is an accomplished actor, but she can't keep that act up forever. One of these days, she will need someone who she can show her true self to. That's what Kazuya needs right now. He needs Chizuru to show his true self too. I ask that you please take care of our Chizuru. She's shaking. Of course she is. Chizuru is family to her. It must be painful to feel like she can't help. But I can't just say some cliche like I'll always be there for her. That'd be too irresponsible. And guess what? He was right. He wasn't always there for her. He was right. He wasn't always there for her. He failed. What I can say is I love Chizuru more than I've ever loved anyone before. Those words are good enough for me. Now I can go in peace. To think that the Mizuhara crybaby, to think that Mizuhara is a clingy crybaby, I'm still having trouble believing it. The Mizuhara I know is strong and independent. Even if there's something someone else could help her with, she wants to do it on her own. I just can't see it. But if it's true, if that's her true self, then I want to be there for her. I don't want to be her boy. I don't have to be her boyfriend. I just want to do something for her. Sure isn't doing that now, is he? I want to live up to Sayuri's expectations. I wonder if I can be the man she thinks I'm capable of becoming. And yet it was expectations all the same. Chizuru lost her keys as a mirror to how Mami lost her earring. Oh boy. Okay, another mirror. So what happens here? Can I come in? She walks in. And this is where the other parallel is going to happen. What are you noticing? There's already an immediate parallel. What are you noticing? Mami is digging through the car and Kazuya looks at her butt. Chizuru is trying to get over the fence and Kazuya is looking at her butt. Instant parallel. Then what happens? They wrestle, and wouldn't you know it, The iconic scene between Chizuru and Kazuya happens again. Now, what happened with Mami? It happened again. Huh. At the time, Chizuru just politely asks him to move. Later, Chizuru holds him, and she says, wait. Then, she even says, you can lean on me. Now, what does Mami do? Mami grabs him from behind. Now, I want you to notice something very particular. Chizuru grabs him from the front. She grabs him honestly. Mami grabs him from behind. It's an intentional difference. When Mami grabs him from behind, it's showing she's literally catching him off guard, and he's not seeing what she's doing. And she's kind of using him. Right? She's literally forcing him to stay here. Whereas Chizuru holds him from the front, he can still easily pull back. When he's being held from the back, he can't pull back so easily. Right? Her hand is literally like this. The difference between Mami and Chizuru can let go. Mami can't let go. She doesn't want to let go. She's too afraid to let go. Who does this parallel? Kazuya himself. He too cannot let go. Okay. Oh, and by the way. 1, 2. Looky who it is! Look who showed up to Kazuya's place. Right when that happened. Looky who it is! This shit ain't a fucking coincidence. This shit ain't a fucking coincidence, bro. This shit ain't a fucking coincidence, bro. So, good one on Light for that reference. Finally, I wasn't able to talk. I wasn't able to send messages. I'm going with my theory. I got 3 theories. 1, Mami tells Kazuya something and tries to kiss him, and Kazuya freezes again. I don't think so. 2, Mami tells Kazuya something when she tries to kiss him. He pushes her away, and she says, I'm in love with Chizuru. Nope. 3, after Mami tells Kazuya something and he pushes her away, and they realize Chizuru was going through, and decides to meet her. Nope. None of the above. None of that is happening. I'm sorry. I say option 1 is the most likely. Nope. Unfortunately, none of those are real. What Mami tells Kazuya, I don't know, but still I could go with any of these theories. Well, then again, you can't blame the chat because maybe they didn't go through something like this, Johan. It's like you said, this story is meant for the hardcore readers, not the rookies. Well, no, I can absolutely blame chat when they're directing their anger and frustration at Chizuru, having read the story and known who she is. If you actually remember Chizuru, and like actually interacted with her, you would know better. But you choose your own ignorance. You're so eager to point other characters' mistakes, but when it comes to Chizuru, you just let your bias get the way, lol. I point out Chizuru's mistakes all the fucking time. I'm just merely pointing out right now, she's not making as much mistakes as you're claiming she is. Because everyone is looking with her with very vindictive eyes. When Chizuru is probably one of the nicest fucking characters in this goddamn story. Yeah, she's made mistakes. I've said before, Chizuru's biggest mistake is sometimes she puts up a wall, literally like Sayuri said. For much of the early parts of the series, Chizuru is kind of putting up a wall, and she makes mistakes. Case in point, she gets him to date Ruka, and then right afterwards, she fucking doesn't talk to him for a goddamn month, feels bad about it, and then it results in Kazuya ended up stalking her because he's fucking lonely and terrified. And then she admits her wrongdoing. That's the big thing about Chizuru, is that she admits her wrongdoing. Other characters aren't. That's why I'm so critical of them. She's actively trying to admit her wrongdoing and trying to do better. Nobody fucking else is. The Hawaiians arc was on her too. Not as much as people say. because people do not see how much she was pressured. Like, here's the problem with the Hawaiians arc. The reason I am not as critical of Chizuru in the Hawaiians arc as everybody else is because of what's on her goddamn shoulders. What people are doing to her. Okay? First off, she's literally still going through grief. Her grandma died like a few weeks ago. She's not over it. And Kazuya literally notices in chapter 170 or something that she's not fucking over it. She's acting weird. She's not being herself. She's literally not over her grief. She's lost her only family. She has fucking nobody. She has goddamn nobody. Okay? Then she finds out, okay, Kazuya has feelings for me. What the fuck do I do? Kazuya, realizing she's a lonely girl, she goes through stuff alone. He's seen her cry in his fucking arms. And what does he do? He pressures her more. He keeps trying to confess over and over and over and over and over, and not talk to her. Then he casually mentions Mami, and suddenly Mami becomes a problem that only Chizuru seems to fucking recognize, even though she keeps telling him she's a fucking problem. Like, people act like Chizuru has not told Kazuya Mami's a fucking problem. She literally did. She literally did. She was fucking warning him. Like, here, let me pull it up. Look at dipshit Kazuya over here going to confess. Gets smacked in the door. Chizuru tells him there's something we gotta talk about. Mami's a problem, dude. Mami-chan knows about us? Yes, she does. It's a problem. She literally lays it out for him, and she's like, no, she's a problem. Kazuya's like, oh, maybe you're overthinking this. I mean, Mami-chan's been in a contact with the grandma. I bet it's not a big deal. She shakes her head. No, it's a fucking problem, dude. And she's just like, dude, we're in trouble. This is a problem. He knows it's a problem. What does he think? My only solution is to confess. I can confess. I'll confess. I'll do it right now. That's my solution. Not let me sit down and talk to her. This is what you're not seeing about that arc. You're so busy blaming Chizuru. You're not seeing that, yes, she made mistakes. Absolutely. Why did those mistakes happen in the first place? She did make mistakes. You are correct. Why did they happen in the first place? Because you're placing all of this weight on her shoulders that she feels the need to carry alone because Kazuya is in so much goddamn denial about Mami. His solution is, I'll confess to Chizuru, and then he's so focused on just confess, that by the end, look at where Chizuru is. Seriously, look at where Chizuru is by the end of the arc when he's trying to fucking confess to her. Like, just visually, where is she? She's literally at the end of her road. She has nowhere else to go. Yo, chill, they get it. No, I don't think they do. I don't think they do. I'm not gonna chill because I don't think they get it. People are being incredibly dismissive and they think I'm just a biased fucking idiot. When in reality, I've been saying for the longest time both of them are making mistakes. Now Reiji is spelling it the fuck out how we're the ones making mistakes. We're the one putting everything on this girl's shoulders. We're the ones who are just blind as shit and refuse to see what's in front of us. And that Chizuru has absolutely tried to atone for her mistakes, but all people see is that she's made a mistake and she's terrible and she fucking sucks. Not how Kazuya is literally the catalyst for these mistakes. The reason she feels so goddamn trapped. He cornered her there, not gonna lie. That's the problem. He was cornering her the entire goddamn arc. This is the final straw. I'll show you another scene. He did it almost, look, I can show you multiple times where he did this. He did this multiple fucking times. Okay, look at this. Chapter 180, she comes back from work. She just came back from work. It's late at night. Suddenly, he walks up to her, perfect time to confess. He doesn't even give her a minute to breathe. Look at her. She's like, what the fuck? What's he doing? He scares her. So she runs off. She's scared. She doesn't know what the fuck he's trying to do. What was that? That look. He literally pushes her into her defensive mechanism. Chizuru just started to learn to open up. She's literally just starting to learn to open up. And he scared the shit out of her. Up until this point, Chizuru had not learned to open up. Right? This is literally just after the cheer update, just a little bit after the cheer update. She finally just started to learn to open up a little bit. And suddenly he's coming on pretty hard aggressive. It scares her. Okay? Guess what? When they get to Hawaiians, chapter 191, he sees Mami. What does he do? Sorry, chapter 192. Wrong one. Chapter 192, he knows shit's messy. She knows shit's weird. He gets aggressive again. Right? He's taking the initiative, which you as the readers like. Kazuya starts giving you exactly what you want. What you're not realizing is that the thing he wants is scaring Chizuru shitless. Because he is just going nuts. And he's not giving her a minute to breathe. Look, aggression in a relationship is not always the solution. Period. It is not always the solution. Sometimes you need to just make space for this person. Aggression is not always the solution, and that's the problem. He starts getting incredibly aggressive. And while that's good on surface because you're finally like, oh my God, we're finally getting what we want, notice what it does. Chizuru starts, hey, what are you doing, dude? Like, stop. You're upsetting the balance. Everything is going wrong. Again. Same exact shot. Again. Look at how scared she is. He's gonna randomly confess to her again. And it scares her shitless. Look at her, scares her shitless. So she runs off. You get upset because Chizuru's running off again and again. You're like, oh my God, why does she keep running? He's just trying to confess to you. What the fuck? Stop running away. Here, she learns he's trying to confess. She learns he's trying to confess. She learned what he was trying to do in chapter 180. The problem is, he scared her shitless. What is Chizuru trying to do here? This is Chizuru's mistake here, right? This is where Chizuru kind of fucks up here, but she's also doing kind of the right thing. What is Chizuru trying to do? She's trying to create the right scenario for them to confess. She's trying to give him the perfect confession so he can do what he wants. And she creates the perfect opportunity for him later. Later, she creates the perfect opportunity for him. He doesn't take it. Where's that opportunity? A lot of people hate this fucking chapter, and people don't notice this is literally what Chizuru is doing. Chapter 205, what does she do? She fucking follows him. Look at this goddamn gremlin. Look at this goddamn fucking gremlin. Look at this little fucking shit. She follows him, and she literally just sits there. Okay, confess. Okay, go ahead, do it. Confess. She's still being a little defensive. Absolutely, she's still falling back on her defensive mechanisms here. Where this is Chizuru's mistake. She has defensive mechanisms, but that's the thing. He knows she does. He knows her defensive mechanisms. Kazuya's too busy trying to confess. That's the problem. He knows who she is. He knows her defensive mechanisms. He knows she does this stuff, but he's so fucking busy getting trapped in the confession. And she just, look at her. She's just waiting there. Bro, do it. Bro, do it. She's literally just like, here's the gun. Shoot me. Here's the love gun. Fucking shoot me, bro. Look at her just sitting there. He doesn't do it. And again, she eases his tensions. She eases his discomfort. She tells him, I'm having a great time. Stop beating yourself up, bro. Again. Bro, look how long this all lasted. This entire sequence. Confess. You have the perfect moment. Just do it. Just do it. Do I confess to her right here, right? Yes, just do it. You've been trying to do it the whole time. The one time you get an opportunity, you can't fucking do it? What do you fucking mean? And he doesn't. His mom shows up. Now, what does Kazuya do every time his mom or his grandma shows up? He lets them take control. He lets them take control. He runs off. This happens again later with Nagomi, which then ultimately fuels his guilt. So later with Nagomi, So Chizuru finds out, like, okay, mommy's trouble. So Chizuru, like, comes up to Kazuya and is like, ayo, mommy be trouble, bro. Like, we have a problem. Right? So, look at this. Kazuya is sitting with Chizuru in the room. She's not okay. What does he want to do? He wants to confess. This is the problem with Kazuya's character that the readers just refuse to recognize. Kazuya doesn't know who he is. He hinges his entire character on his love. So he loses track of what he's supposed to be doing because he's so busy trying to fucking confess. And he sees something is wrong. Dude, maybe just don't confess for 2 fucking seconds and just talk to her. I'm gonna do it. Being there for her is part of the goal. Okay, be there for her and worry about confessing fucking later. Nope. He wants to confess. Chizuru tells him about mommy. She tells him it's a problem. Things might have changed. Mommy might be a problem. They get a doorbell. Nagomi shows up. Bro, if Kazuya wasn't so focused on confessing and letting other people run his life, yes, this was happening right here. Even in this moment, he was letting Nagomi run his fucking life. You know what I would have done? Grandma, I'm sorry. I know you want to talk to Chizuru right now. We need to sit down and talk. There's something really important we got to talk about. I understand you're busy. I'll tell you about it later. Okay? Can I just get some moment with her? Thanks. Sorry, Grandma. Just please leave me alone. We need some time to talk. What does he do? By the way, Chizuru-san, do you mind if I borrow you from Kazuya for a moment? He could have just said no. Or sorry, she said, Chizuru, can I borrow Kazuya? She wants to borrow Kazuya, not Chizuru, sorry. And Chizuru just walks off. Oh, don't worry. I actually feel like taking a look around. No. Kazuya leaves her alone. He knows something is fucking wrong and he leaves her alone. Look at what he says. She's skipping to the pool sometime. I never got to hear what was talking about with Mami-chan. Damn it, what the hell is going on here? Talk to her. Dude, stop talking to your grandma. Go talk to her. What ends up ultimately happening is that because Kazuya does not take charge over his life and he goes to talk to Nagomi, Nagomi fuels him with guilt. This guilt inevitably pushes him to a brink where he thinks the only thing he can do is confess. He forgets everything. Look at chapter 2. Look at the next chapter. Chapter 211. Sorry, it's not the next chapter. It's after Nagomi guilts him. He hits a rock bottom. He hits a rock fucking bottom. But he literally doesn't pay attention to everything around him. He sees all these problems and he thinks he can solve them by confessing. So when he runs to, like, this moment's really inspirational. It's great. There's a problem. He's so busy confessing, he's not looking at her. This is what people don't see about Kazuya in this arc. You're so busy blaming Chizuru for running away, not recognizing, bro, she's a college student who lost her family. She has nobody. And now her only family that's left is in danger. She wants to tell the guy she really likes about his ex-girlfriend, but she's afraid she's gonna hurt him because he cared so much about her. And he doesn't ever give her the comfort space to talk about mommy. Ever. She's constantly getting tugged one way by mommy, literally being cornered by her, and then in the very end of it, what does Kazuya do? He corners her too. So Chizuru in this entire arc has Kazuya's family to worry about on her shoulders. Kazuya makes her keep the ring. Kazuya makes Chizuru keep the ring. She can't even give it the fuck back. But she can't put it on either because she's not his real girlfriend. So she doesn't know what to do. She realizes he wants to confess. She wants to give him that moment to do it. That's why when he comes up to her in chapter 213, she says, wait, you're going to say it. She knows what he's going to say, right? She stops him. Wait, you're going to say it. right? He's like, what? That. You're going to confess. She knows. She's not saying no. She knows. He sees her look at her phone. He's like, wait, why is she looking at her phone? She's trying to leave. He can't let her leave. Look at this. He literally cannot let her leave. She needs to stay. If she leaves, he loses everything. He can't let her go. I have a perfect example for you. Remember in Avatar? Who's seen Avatar? The Avatar: The Last Airbender. Remember in Avatar where Aang goes to Guru, what's his name? And he essentially tells him, you have to let Katara go. If you truly want to do what you need to, you have to let Katara go. Aang doesn't listen to him. He's like, I can't let her go. I refuse to. He goes to Ba Sing Se to fight Azula and what's his name? Zuko. And what happens? He realizes how outclassed he is. And he looks at Katara and he lets her go. If he had done that sooner, if he had been willing to let her go sooner, he might have actually been able to save everybody there. Instead, what happened? All of Ba Sing Se fell. Because Aang couldn't do it sooner. Same exact thing. The problem with Kazuya is he is unwilling to let Chizuru go. And I don't mean like don't be with her. I mean be willing to let her go so you decouple your love from your identity. If you cannot do that, you make your partner feel trapped. He got shot by lightning. Exactly. Why does he get shot by lightning? Because he does the thing Guru told him at the very last second. If he had done that sooner, he would have beat the shit out of both of them. But he got shot by lightning. Why? He took too long to truly accept the Avatar state. He does the very thing Guru told him to do. He lets Katara go. But he did it too late. So he gets shot by lightning. That's why he gets hit in the first place. Because he didn't take the action he needed to sooner. In simple terms, Aang did not want to take the initiative. Exactly what's happening with Kazuya. Because Kazuya can't let Chizuru go. Because Kazuya can't deassociate his identity from his love, he traps her. So what happens in this scene? On one hand, Kazuya is physically holding her. On the other, Mami is emotionally pulling her. If Kazuya had just let go, if Kazuya had just let her go, and was willing to let her go, he could have let Mami go. And in turn, he could have helped Chizuru overcome this issue. You see this right now with Ruka too. Kazuya was about to run out of his house. And he saw Ruka sad and alone. And he couldn't let go. Kazuya's biggest problem is he can't let go. He can't let go of things. He can't make decisions. His inability to let go, to just let these things fade away, traps the people around him. It trapped Ruka. It trapped Chizuru. The ring is a perfect synonym of this, where Kazuya gives Chizuru this ring. Oh, sorry, Grandma Nagomi gives Chizuru this ring. Chizuru tells Kazuya, I want to give it back. If Chizuru had been able to give it back, at the very least, she wouldn't have this pressure on her. She wouldn't feel so guilty. Heck, Mami wouldn't have had a tool to go after Chizuru if she had given the ring back. What does Mami have over Chizuru? What does Mami use to guilt Chizuru in this arc? The very ring Kazuya told her to not give back. If Chizuru had given the ring back, Mami wouldn't be able to guilt Chizuru. Are you seeing what Kazuya did in this arc? That's what you're not seeing. You're so busy blaming Chizuru for Hawaiians. You're so busy blaming Chizuru for the trauma that she experienced, that she caused Kazuya and Hawaiians, that you don't realize he did it to himself. Kazuya did all of this to himself, just as he did the 3 months to himself. He chose the 3 months. He did this to himself. Why? He saw what happened with Chizuru at the very beginning of the arc. What happened with Chizuru at the very beginning of the arc? The very beginning of the Hawaiians. The first part of Hawaiians. Kazuya runs into Chizuru. She avoids him. Okay, that's on Chizuru. Kazuya has no true way of knowing. He has some clues to piece it together, right? He has some clues to piece it together. Because Chizuru left with Ruka, and then suddenly Chizuru's distant. Chizuru left with Ruka, suddenly Chizuru's distant. That's weird. Doesn't really process that. It just means, to Kazuya, this entire sequence is just Chizuru's rejecting my love. He doesn't stop her. He doesn't talk to her. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you running away? Now, this is in part on Chizuru. I'm not going to deny that, because Chizuru is getting caught up in her bad tendencies. And so you can't just leave it all to Kazuya. However, there is a bit of a problem here. I'm less hard on Chizuru in this sequence because she lost her fucking grandmother, and she lost fucking everybody. She has fucking nobody, and she's just finally learning to open the fuck up. In comes in Ruka, which Kazuya does not account for fucking shit, by the way. Like, why tell Ruka you were going to confess to Chizuru? Of course Ruka's going to cause fucking problems. You know Ruka. Why would you think Ruka wouldn't do anything? Why would you think it wouldn't affect Chizuru? She's not an Iron Lady. You saw how Chizuru is not an Iron Lady. Why would you think it wouldn't affect her? But I'm going to give Kazuya a bit of a pass here. You know, he's a little emotional. He's a little frustrated. So there's a bit of a pass. The date of the trip happens. And, oh, look. Kazuya starts getting some evidence. Did I miss something? Wait, what the? Did she just try to get away from me? Chizuru walks away from Kazuya. Hey. It's almost like she wasn't avoiding you. Think about it. Well, Ruka-chan is here to keep tabs on me. It kind of feels like she strong-armed us when we were making the schedule. I'm not sure if this is her doing too. It's almost like Ruka did this. Later, in the arc, what happens? Chapter 201. Kazuya literally sees what she did. Oh, straight up. He sees what she did. Later, Chizuru comes up to him in like a really cute way, by the way. Did you? No. Okay. He knew it bothered her. She asked him about it before. He literally just got context for why she avoided him. He knows for a fact now why she avoided him. He keeps saying the female mind is a mystery. It's not. Now you know for a fact why she was avoiding you. Now to prove to you how Kazuya caused the 3 months time skip for himself. The beginning of the 3-month time skip. He's thinking about the kiss. He's lost in thought. He gets a flashback. Chizuru says, there's something I need to do. I'm going to go take a different route. Okay. Ruka shows up and pushes her. He sees it happen again. The arc begins as it ended. The same exact thing happened, except this time he saw it with his own eyes. He heard Ruka say all of this. But what does he do? No, no, no. This is my fault. When you're so busy hating yourself and blaming yourself for everything, what happens? You can't see what the other person's going through. Chizuru literally says, I'm sorry. I really need to go. She leaves and separates from him. Why is Chizuru avoiding him in the 3-month time skip? It's almost like it was Ruka all along. Never clocks it. Never even comes to his mind. He knows she feels guilty. But nope. Nope. It must be because she hates me. Who's the one sinking into delusion right now? Kazuya caused the 3-month time skip for himself. He did it to himself. And Chizuru is out here shouldering all of this bullshit solo. She deals with Mami solo. She deals with Ruka solo. She deals with his family and their expectations solo. She deals with the guilt of her grandmother's death solo. She deals with her complicated feelings that she's having a hard time understanding solo. And she literally lays it all out for you in the rejection. She lays it all out for you bare in the rejection. And you don't listen. What do people take away from the rejection when Chizuru rejects Kazuya? What is the single line that people take away from the rejection when Chizuru rejects him? Nothing else that she said. Just that her lifestyle and her work matters more to her than anything else. That's what they interpret. Not Chizuru pulling out this ring, wondering if she can put it on. This ring that Kazuya forced on her and told her she can't fucking give back. Not her feelings for Kazuya's family and that she can't put it on still. That the feelings she has for his family are inherently tied to this ring, and therefore she cannot. Does that mean she loves him, or does she love his family? See how she can be confused. I don't regret kissing you at Hawaii's. I would do it again and again, no matter how many times you did it. But maybe that's because I can't bear the idea of facing Nagomi-san and Kibe-san. I care about them. Maybe I'm doing this for them. Was this ever for you? Was this for them? Am I just being selfish? Am I just getting what I want? Let's keep going. Or that I can't bring myself to forgive Mami-san. Maybe it's because I can't stand what Mami did. Maybe it's because I can't forgive her. Maybe I'm doing this because I just cannot forgive Mami. Right? I cannot forgive what she's done. Maybe that's why I would kiss you over and over again. Maybe it's not for you. Maybe it's for Mami. Maybe it's for me. Maybe I'm doing this for me. I also feel guilty about Grandma believing me until the very end. That guilt that I feel for my grandmother, isn't that just directly connected to Nagomi? Maybe I'm doing this because of my guilt. I think there's more to what I'm feeling than just being in love with you. I might have feelings for you. But considering my current lifestyle, my work, and everything else, I just don't think this is something I can jump into right now. I'm sorry. It's almost like Kazuya helped her solve none of this. And she lays out exactly what the problem is. And Kazuya never decouples any of these things from her feelings. Just as Kazuya's love is inherently tied to his identity, Chizuru's identity is inherently tied to her love. Do you see the problem? In order to truly form a relationship with someone, you must decouple these things. You must learn to separate your identity from your love. Your love is a part of it, but your identity is your own and is not defined by love. However, at the same time, to remove love from your identity is to remove a core part of who you are. Neither your identity or your love define you, just that's it. They are both a part of you. Just as a direct mirror to Chizuru and how Mizuhara and Ichinose are both a part of her. Both make up the character known as Chizuru. Kazuya does not love Ichinose. He does not love Mizuhara. He does not love Mizuhara. He loves Chizuru. Learning to decouple the two and find a distinction between one and the other helps us learn who we are and what our love is. The problem is, Kazuya refuses to decouple anything. Why does Kazuya refuse to decouple anything? Because he can't let go. Who can let go? Who is willing to make the hard choices? Who is willing to let go? So she can start understanding a little better. Because Chizuru chooses to let go, she's able to give the ring back to him. Because she's able to give back the ring to him, she removes an element of these expectations. Now it's purely just the feelings that she's feeling. And she can start processing and thinking about that. That's exactly what is depicted in chapter 414. Chapter 414, what it is actually showing you when you don't realize is that you're seeing Chizuru literally thinking about the kiss. And what that kiss meant, because there's no other ties to this kiss. At least on surface. There is a problem. There is a reason she's still not finding her answer. While she has removed some of these expectations, there is one tiny problem left. Well, I say one tiny problem, but there's a big one. Kazuya himself. His inability to decouple himself from Chizuru ties Chizuru down inherently. So despite Mami, Kazuya's family, and all these things being removed, they are inherently tied to Kazuya himself. And because Kazuya refuses to let go of Chizuru, this inherently becomes a problem. Because now all of these things are still present. You're now seeing exactly what is trapping Chizuru. And it is Kazuya. He has trapped her. She can't get into a relationship with him, and she can't break things off because he literally will not let her. Do you see how you can become your own villain? Why are you framing this guy like he's some bad guy? He's the most simp character I've ever seen. Bitch, if I had someone I deeply loved, I would simp for them harder than anything in the world. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. First off, Kazuya, yeah, sure, he's a simp. I fucking love him for it. The fact that he loves his woman this goddamn much, impressive. You don't have the fucking balls to show this kind of affection in public. You're a goddamn coward. Hell yeah, I like Kazuya. There's more balls than half of you. But guess what? Because people like you call him a simp, because people like you don't see this character, guess what? He becomes the very villain of this story. Because so many people dismiss his feelings and call him a simp and call him pathetic, he tries to become a man for you people. He tries to become a man for the readers. He tries to get some muscles. Tries to say the perfect confession, get a good job. Because all that is judged by a person, particularly a man, is the ability to provide. We judge men by their love and their ability to give things. And the moment they cannot do these things, we treat them as simps and pathetic. Not seeing how much Kazuya has actually done in the story. The one thing Chizuru can see. Yeah. Shocking, there's nuance to writing. Shocking, there's nuance to writing that a character isn't simply one thing or another. Stupid comments. Kazuya is similar to Issei? Not really. Not really. Mostly because Issei is in a fucking harem. Issei is literally just in a goddamn harem. All the girls just fucking like him. Whereas Kazuya is trapping himself in a harem. Kazuya wants a love story. He's trapped himself in a harem. Kazuya is an idiot for letting himself be controlled by his cowardice and facing what he really wants. That's not the issue. That's not what I'm saying. I think now he's being controlled by other people. There's a difference between being controlled by our cowardice and being controlled by other people. Kazuya isn't so much being controlled by his cowardice, but rather by his inability to let go. That's different than cowardice. When someone dies, can you just move on? Isn't that literally what grief is? It is the perseverance of love. When someone dies, can you just move on? Fucking Democrat. Bitch, I ain't a fucking Democrat. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all are fucking hilarious. You think I'm a goddamn Democrat? Pfft. You're funny. I'm not a fucking Democrat, nor am I a Republican. Both parties suck. Yeah, sure. Go put other labels on people. Go put more labels on people. Have fun with that. Bye-bye. Have a good night, sweetie. This is readers' problems. They put labels on people. That's the problem. We want to label people so we can have a better understanding of the world around us, rather than truly seeing the world for what it is. Right? Here, I'm gonna get political for 2 fucking seconds. Not too deep. Both parties suck. Democrats are just kind of conservative. I'm gonna be real. Democrats are just conservative, and they present themselves like they're progressive. They don't fucking give a shit about anything. Who are we fucking kidding? And then Republicans don't fucking care about the people. Why do you think all of our progress is like fucking minuscule? Barely anything really changes. Who are we fucking kidding? So Kazuya needs a therapist. No, stop with the therapist bullshit. I've explained this so many times before. Therapy merely gives you the tools to solve the problems. Whether you use the tools or not is a whole other fucking matter. Bro, I can teach you how to cook for yourself. I can give you all the tools and utensils. I can buy you a goddamn kitchen. If you're too lazy to cook, you will never fucking do it. That is therapy in a nutshell. If you're too lazy to cook, you will never fucking do it. It is that simple. So, stop with the therapy shit. Please and thanks, chat. Therapists don't build self-esteem for you. Correct. Therapists merely give you the tools to learn how to interact with the world around you. I had 3 different therapists. Do you want to know how I found some self-esteem? This fucking story. My therapist helped me. He gave me the tools, but I never got over my depression. Didn't just go away. Okay, so let's see. Let's continue here. It's not like Kazuya is dumb or anything. If anything, at the moment, he's shown exceptional perception and intelligence, but his own self-esteem gets in his way. It's not self-esteem. It's not... Kazuya's issue is not self-esteem. I think you're kind of misunderstanding the problem. It's not self-esteem. It's the denial. So let me clear this up for you. If Kazuya admits to what he's actually seeing, what it would do is it would shatter his world. If Kazuya admits to what he's actually seeing, it would show him the truth of what's actually going on around him, and he cannot see the truth. This is literally how a coping mechanism works. What you do is that you deny the things that are in front of you, because if you actually admit to what you're seeing, it would shatter your perception of the world, including yourself and how you've been doing this all to yourself. Your body will not let you do this. Your body will not let you harm yourself this way. It is trying to protect you. So what do? You deny what is obviously in front of you. Until it gets proven without a shadow of a doubt, and you can't deny it anymore. That's what Reiji's depicting with Kazuya. It is literally this trauma that he is trapped in, and he refuses to escape. And you see this perfectly with Minnie. I'm going to read a few more things. I'm going to read you what I wrote about Minnie, which perfectly captures this. Okay. Just to realize, with chapter ending, when she rejected Kazuya, there was still a road left in comparison to Umi, where it seems to be the end of the road. And ironically, now Kazuya is spiraling to the point where he can't go back to that road. When she rejects Kazuya, there was still a road left in comparison to Umi, where it seems to be the end of the road. Oh, there was still a road left for Kazuya, whereas with Umi, it seemed like it was the end of the road. So no, there's an intentional parallel between Umi and Kazuya, but there's a slight difference. In particular, I want to show you something. In particular, I kind of want to show you something visually speaking. So, with Kazuya, both him and Umi reach the end of a road. there's just a slight difference. There's just a slight difference in the rejection visuals. With the rejection with Kazuya, look at where it's framed from. There is a road to return. There's a road to return. And everything around them is kind of like this. It's like a circle. So there's a problem with this. It's showing you that with Kazuya, it's infinitely more complicated. It's not so straight. And for him, there is still a road to walk, whereas Chizuru has reached the end of her road. She can literally no longer walk. What you don't understand is that Kazuya can keep walking. What Chizuru is doing here is that she has reached the end of her road, and she's freeing him to walk his own. That is why Kazuya is placed next to a road, and Chizuru is placed towards the edge. Chizuru is placed towards the edge, Kazuya is placed towards a road that he can walk. And when he is rejected, what do you see happen? He literally turns to walk. She enabled him to walk. Now let's cut to Umi. Umi's visual is completely flipped. Umi's visual is the complete fucking opposite. That arc is called drawing a line. When Chizuru rejects Umi, it is a straight line. He is the one who has reached the end of his road, whereas Chizuru can still walk. Right? When we cut to Chizuru, what happens? There is literally a road for her to walk behind her, and she is the one who walks away. With Kazuya is the one who walks away. Kazuya is the one who's enabled to walk, whereas Chizuru stands there. Here it's the opposite. Chizuru is the one who can walk, and Umi is the one who must stop walking, who must stand still. She's stopping him from walking. With Umi, the arc is literally called drawing a line. It's straight. There's no complexity to it. Chizuru is just ending this. She put Umi to the end of his road, so he can no longer keep walking. No, this is the end. Whereas with Chizuru, what she's doing here is she's enabling herself to walk. That is the difference. Umi is at the end of his road. Kazuya isn't. Kazuya can walk. Chizuru was empowering him to walk because she herself could no longer walk. Here, Chizuru rejects Umi so she can walk for herself. Right? That is the difference. Oh, there you go. See, you're showing your true colors. You're calling Chizuru a prostitute. See? There you go. Show your true colors. Show who you really are. Show who you really are. Yeah, judgmental piece of shit. Get the hell out. How do I ban this person? How do you ban people on Twitter or Twitch? How do you ban people on Twitch? Ban. There we go. Goodbye. Never seen you again. Shows up in chat, starts calling Chizuru a prostitute. Yeah, that's fucking right. Show your true colors. Show your true colors, you freaking clown. Show who you really are. Unbelievable. Yeah, show me who you really are. He learned the plot from Instagram. Pfft. He learned the plot from Twitter. Instagram is just fucking... Nah, he learned the plot from Twitter. Twitter's degenerate enough. Twitter's degenerate enough. Kazuya tried to show his love for Chizuru, and she got scared, and Risuke tried to confess to Issei, and he got scared. Well, the reason Chizuru got scared is just because Kazuya was just making her feel uncomfortable. Like, literally, bro, go watch Dr. K. He literally talks about how confessions are stupid. Go watch Dr. K. He literally tells you how confessions are fucking stupid. I started my first relationship with a confession. It was so fucking stupid. Bro, you have feelings for someone, sit down and talk to them. He learned the plot from Chibi reviews. True. Grifter mentality through and through. No, so like literally, the problem is confessions are stupid. I'm sorry to tell you, in real life, confessions are really fucking stupid and they don't tend to work. Okay? Life is not about confessing. It is about sitting down and talking to someone about your feelings, helping them understand and decouple their feelings, really digging into this stuff. And that is what it means to get into a relationship. You get uncomfortable about the uncomfortable topics. This is kind of why I don't like a lot of romances, right? They either end when the characters confess, or they confess and it just kind of meanders for a while. You know, like even some of the good romances I've had fall into this trap. This is why, like, my favorites tend to be something like Maison Ikkoku or How Do We Relationship, because it's not really a confession, right? One of my second favorite romance manga is How Do We Relationship, and they don't really confess, and their relationship doesn't really work out, and they say I love you, and it's not enough. In fact, here I'll pull it up. I'll read this part for you. It's so good. It's so good. This character finally talks about their feelings, and it's so fucking good. Like, this is one of my, like, this isn't Chizuru. This isn't so much Chizuru. But I think this perfectly showcases some of the issues you can experience in a relationship when you're trying to get into it and love just isn't enough. Let's see. And some of the words this character says are a little similar to Chizuru. They're not quite the same, but they're pretty similar. Yeah, I thought so. Fuck. Okay. Son of a mother. Okay. Ugh, give me a sec, chat. Give me a sec, chat. Sorry. Ooh, I'm sorry. Ooh, I'm sorry. Johan, I'm Goku. My YouTube chats are disappearing. I'm going to chat here for a while. Why are they disappearing? What the hell? What's going on with YouTube? Why is YouTube just like deleting shit? I don't get it. Okay. So, okay, and then this still didn't work. Still not working. What the fuck? That, of course that worked. Of course that worked. Sure, boss. Whatever. Whenever. Oh my god. Right. Son of a mother. I need to shave. Why didn't I shave? I always save for these streams. Dude, I always shave for these streams, and the one time I don't do it, I look like shit. Look at me. Look at my stupid ass beard. Look at my stupid fucking beard. Jeez. It must look so weird to my side right here because my green screen's over here. Well, this looks so goofy. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay. So, the actual title of How Do We Relationship is Will You Go Out With Me? Or do you, sorry, not will you go out with me? It's do you want to go out or what? It's very, very casual. It's incredibly casual. Where is the? I want to read it. Where's the chapters? Where are the chapters? What the fuck? Should be here. Okay, I'll go to my favorites then. Should be. I know it's under my favorites. Okay, my favorites are not there. My library. Your library is empty. What? What? Okay. What? The series is amazing. It's my second favorite romance manga. It's my second fucking favorite romance manga. It's unbelievably peak. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. This is like near the end, so a bit of a spoilers. Near the end. I think it's like around here. By the way, if you want some horny shit, this got that horny shit. Just in case you're into the horny shit, this has got the horny shit. Okay, so no, this is okay, not so back a little further. 127. I gotta reread this. I missed this manga. It was so peak. It was so goddamn peak. I kind of missed this manga, dude. Okay. I guess we're going back more. What are we on? 27. I have a black cat too. God damn it. Okay, gotta go back some more. 26. There it is, around here. All right, so this girl wants to get into a relationship with this girl. Yes, it's Yuri. Yes. And they start talking. I said that I'd feel less nervous if you kissed me. Would you get mad? I wouldn't exactly get mad or anything. I'd like to kiss you, but actually, from the start, I decided for the start. We're not lovers. We're not in love. No kissing is what I needed to make sure I understood that. To keep it from getting too cocky and forgetting that even if you let me touch your body, you'd never let me touch your heart. That's the decision I came to when you first became friends with benefits. What the hell? You never told me that. That's selfish. No fair. I don't understand why. You think something so heartless. I just don't want to get hurt again. I know that, but we aren't who we used to be. You're so perceptive, but you can't tell. Why haven't you figured out that I'm in love with you? You're so dense. I can't tell that you're so dense that you can't tell that that you love me. That feeling is mutual. Okay. Now, she's going to say something else here. Are we going to start dating then? Okay. So they both like each other. The story just confirmed they both like each other. Spoilers for this story. Spoilers. They both just confirmed they like each other. Well, let's see. If we start dating, we'd probably be pretty damn happy for a while. But what about in a year? 3 years? 10 years? What about 50 years from now? Do you think that you can love only me for all that time? I'm dreading the moment when our happiness comes to an end. Here's a story from her dad. You have to become the kind of person who can give happiness to others. And when you find someone who responds to that, you can stay with them maybe even forever. Right? So you see this dad's story. Happiness, huh? It was love at first sight. So young, so bright. I'd always been so boring. We shouldn't have made a good match. I have no clue what she saw in me. Our marriage talks proceeded at a steady pace. My partner in crime said, "You sure you're not being scammed? She's just after your money. Who else would she go for a total bummer like you?" Shut up. But I wouldn't have cared if she were. Not as long as I could be with the first woman I'd ever loved. He was wrong anyway. We were happy together, but we had trouble conceiving a child. She started to feel hopeless. I saw how depressed she was, and when I wanted to cheer her up somehow. Maybe I was just spinning my wheels. Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did. But still, bit by bit, she started to smile for me. All I wanted was for her to be happy. Can I hold your hand while we sleep? When I was a kid, my big sister and I often had held hands like this as we were falling asleep. But as people get older, they lose the opportunity to do things like this. I couldn't tell her I missed it and I was lonely. That's why I'm so glad I have you. If your partner is a woman, you may face discrimination. You might have to fight, and you might have a lot of hardships. But any relationship between two people will have to have moments of unhappiness. You have to become the kind of person who can give happiness to others. And when you find someone who responds to that, you can stay with them maybe forever. Thanks for the push, Dad, and thanks for being so happy with Mom. Okay. Oh yeah, there's a bit of a skip here. Where's the part where they talk about it? Yeah, they go back to their original designs from the beginning of the series. So they get into a bit of a fight and they have sex because of course they did. And I want you to kind of pay attention to what they say. So they get into a fight, they kind of have sex. You think maybe we might actually have you think maybe we actually haven't matured at all since we were dating, because I kind of feel that way. We have a fight, feel bad, and then give in and have to sex to make up. Maybe you're right about that, but it's different from how it was back then, because now we're telling each other how we actually feel. You think so? Maybe. You know, I forgot to tell you, your hair's still super cute all short like this. I really like it. I bet if you hadn't fought, I could have heard you say that earlier. I said I'm really sorry, didn't I? I'll say it again a bunch more, so forgive me. You'll kiss me. She freaks out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told you I love you even though we're not dating, and I shouldn't have made you go with me on that stupid no-kiss ego trip. I should have just asked you to go out with me again. Don't apologize. I know how much it hurts to have to carry those anxious feelings. I've done it too. I love you, Psycho. I love you even when we fight. I love the parts of you that I hate. I'll be happiest if we can be together, but even if we can only be friends, I'll still make you as happy as I can. I'll be the one to apologize when we fight. I'll help you whenever you're troubled. Even when we're working adults, even when we're old ladies. So please don't be scared. We'll be all right, even if we can't be in a relationship with you. She lets go. Damn it, now I'm crying. Damn it, now I'm crying. Got me fucking emotional. You guys should have probably heard my voice just like getting a little emotional there. You have to let go. You have to be willing to let go. Otherwise, you can't help the person that you really care about. That's Kazuya's mistake. It's so this manga never got an anime. It's a little more underground. It's my second favorite manga. It's my second favorite manga behind Rent a Girlfriend. At first it was Maison Ikkoku. Maison Ikkoku is third now. This is my second favorite manga. But yeah, no, this is literally the scene this is literally what I'm describing. She had to let go. There was this this girl, her name is Psycho. She has a lot of anxious feelings, and she went through high school being bullied essentially for liking girls. This girl, her name is Miwa, and she has a deep, deep sense of attachment. She's Kazuya, she's Chizuru. Miwa, in the beginning of the story, couldn't let go. She couldn't let go. And it ruined their relationship. It fell apart. And she openly says, "My greatest regret is that I ruined this relationship with her." Their relationship devolved to being incredibly toxic. This is a story that presents itself as a subversion of general tropes, where you start the story with them dating. They date chapter 1. And about midway through the story, they break up. The author says this is the real theme of this story. How relationships fall apart because we don't confront ourselves. We just casually get into a relationship we really want, but never really reflect and look at who we are. Psycho, right here, deeply needed acceptance and comfort, like really bad. She's been scared for so much of her life, and Miwa is afraid of that. She's always trying to conform, so she could never provide that for Psycho. So they both go into their own separate relationships, and those separate relationships essentially provide them the thing they wanted, and in turn help them understand what they actually wanted when they inevitably came back to each other. And that's basically this is basically the journey for Miwa's character. She learned to let go. She let it go. She loves her, and that's exactly why she needs to let her go. And because she lets go, she's able to form this they're able to form a true proper relationship. And the ending is really interesting. The ending of this story is really, really interesting. It's not a feel-good great ending, because discrimination didn't go away. Their problems are not gone. And that's exactly how the story ends. All their problems are still there, but they still have to keep moving forward. The ending is kind of brilliant, because literally the problems they have to deal with will not magically go away. Society isn't gonna magically fucking fix itself overnight. Bigotry isn't gonna go the fuck away, right? The hatred and discrimination that people who are, um, you know, LGBTQ plus are gonna suffer this shit every fucking day, dude. It's not gonna go away, and yet we still have to work on our own happiness together. In that way, the ending is brilliant. It is rushed by design. This is one of my favorite fucking stories. In fucking credible. In fucking credible. And it gets it. It literally like spells it out for you. This is exactly Kazuya's character arc. Miwa is literally Kazuya's character arc. She needs to realize Kazuya needs to realize how he is pressuring Chizuru by being unable to let go. And because Miwa couldn't let go of Psycho started doing bad things. There is a part where it's framed almost like sexual assault. Psycho is using Miwa. And the thing is that Miwa wants her to use her. Their relationship becomes toxic, and Psycho hates herself. She's like, what the fuck am I doing? And it's because of that toxicity in that relationship. It's incredibly unhealthy. Miwa had not faced herself, and neither did Psycho. And you see how Miwa literally makes her toxic because she's not confronting herself. And guess what? For much of the story, a lot of people blame Psycho for everything, when it's literally not her fault. When it's literally not her fault. There's a scene that like guts my fucking heart. There's a scene that like guts my goddamn heart with Psycho, because she literally says it perfectly. I think it's around here. Wonder if it's like chapter 51. Let me double check. Not this one. I think it's the next one. Yeah, in the end, Psycho is the one who actually breaks up with Miwa. That's the sad part. In the end, Psycho is the one who breaks up with Miwa. And then they become like kind of just friends who talk about everything. But there's still like that tension between them. Just trying to find the chapter where Psycho says her feelings. Okay, maybe it's a little further back. Damn, the structure of this is actually kind of obnoxious. The way Viz Media is like structured on PC is like really fucking obnoxious. 47, maybe. Up, yep, almost there. I think it's 48. Yeah, basically Psycho never got to be a kid in the relationship. She never got to feel comfortable. Yeah, and she starts Going out with this girl. But where is the part where she says the thing? Okay, it must be further back. Must be further back. Like 40 or something? Damn. If only it was easier to navigate this stuff. This is a fucking chore. It wouldn't be so bad if they fucking structured this better. Granted, maybe I'm not using my tools correctly. That would be kind of me. Okay. 40. Did I go to 42? Yeah, I think I found it. I might be wrong. Nope. Still didn't find it. Okay, maybe this one? Take your time. No rush. Okay, must be... Oh, 44. Oh, what a brutal chapter. Oh, is it 44? That would be a brutal chapter. Yeah. Literally, relationship gets unhealthy. Is it 45? Maybe it's 45. Yeah, Psycho acts as the adult in the relationship when she wants to be the kid. And like, look at this. It's so destructive. Look at how destructive it becomes. Yeah, basically, Miwa starts using sex as an escape. She starts using sex to like not deal with her problems. Okay, 48. Is it this one? It'd be interesting if it was 48. I think it was 48. God, I must have missed it like a dumb bitch. $49? Come on. Come on. I've been searching for so long. I'm going to give up. I'm going to give up after this one. This is the last one. Yeah, so she is it 50? She like breaks up with her. Okay, I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look it up. Psycho, I just wanted to be loved. Wait. Yeah, there it is. Chapter. Sakurajima Moe. What even? What am I on? What did I just enter? What did I just enter? Mistakes were made. Anyways. The story also deals with like its own depiction of 52. It's 52. Okay, let's check 52. Okay, thanks. Sorry, I didn't read. It's 44, 52. Fine, we'll check 52, and then we'll check 44. I was at 52 earlier, and it wasn't there. 44 makes a little more sense, I think. Yeah, it sounds like it's 44, so let's check 44. All right, 44. Let's check it. Okay. Not 44. I don't know where it is. I give up. It's just a good scene. Psycho just says, I want to be loved. God damn it, I just want to be loved. Because Miwa didn't actually love her. Miwa liked her for someone else, which is ironically similar to Ruka, if you will. There's an irony to the similarity between Ruka and this character. Anyways, this is my second along with my favorite manga, Blue Spring Ride. Anywho. I'm gonna eat my banana. Banana Slammer. Okay, so Resident Evil. People have been voting. How many votes do we have? 51 votes. 63 want me to continue. 37 don't want me to continue. So 63% don't want me to continue. Should I keep it going? Banana. Banana. Oh, I remember where it is. They broke up before she went on her trip. It's before Psycho dyed her hair again. Fuck. Yes, also the hair motif is another thing that's present within this. Psycho's hair literally falls apart because she dyes it. It literally falls apart because of Miwa. And then that girl who she ends up getting with actually dyes her hair for her because she's a beautician. Yeah, I wonder if it was before Psycho went on, or sorry, before Miwa went on her trip. 35. $36. So hard. I hate not remembering things. It drives me up the goddamn wall. Found it. Chapter 300, chapter 34. Chapter 34. Found it. Aha! So she's talking to this girl, and the girl's like, "Is your heart broken? How did you?" Kamada said something about it. He asked me to cheer you up. That damn fake psychic. So, Yuria, do you want a boyfriend? I sure do. Do you have somebody you like? Has anyone confessed to you? No, never. I haven't confessed to anyone before that. I've got a lot of female friends who've told me they love me a bunch, but they're just friends. Think that's about it. Like, yeah, there's no need to rush it there. It's pretty normal to be single nowadays. Yeah, you're right. And I used to feel that way too, but seriously, I'm starting to feel like I'm the only one out there nobody really loves. And I feel like rushing. Well, I was in a relationship and I still felt like nobody loved me. What? Your boyfriend was awful. You want me to punch him? No, no, it's fine. Why do you go straight to the punching? Are you a barbarian? Do you think that's why I'm single? No, I'm pretty sure this has nothing to do with it. Look, I don't feel like my partner did anything wrong, not a bit. It's just like, well, they had their annoying traits, shy but strangely genuine, a total romantic. They looked like an adult, but on the inside, they were a total child. They showed their feelings right on their face. But taking all that into account just made me love them more. I feel like I could have forgiven any awful thing they could have done, even cheating. I wouldn't have cared if they killed my parents. I would have been like, give me a break, damn it. But that's so you. It got deep. I know, but there's no way to say it otherwise. God damn it, I just wanted to be loved. You can kind of see a little bit of Kazuya in there, right? You can kind of see a little bit of Kazuya in there. I think she's like an inversion of Kazuya, if you will. She's not literally Kazuya. Um, she has like traits of Chizuru and traits of Kazuya. She wanted to be loved as Kazuya was wanted to be loved, but her traits are more akin to Chizuru in that she just needed acceptance, and she wasn't getting that. And that's exactly what this girl ultimately ends up doing. Miss Vampire over here. She ends up giving her the acceptance she needed. Her self-loathing is on Kazuya's level. Yeah, she feels a lot of self-loathing, that's for sure. Yeah. Miwa, in contrast, um, has the idea of looking like an adult is similar to Chizuru when she's a kid on the inside. But her conflict is more of Kazuya's conflict because she doesn't really know who she is. Her exterior hides who is actually underneath. She doesn't really know who the hell she is. And that's exactly why the relationship falls apart because she had no idea who the hell she was. Psycho, in contrast, does kind of know who she is, but she's constantly being told that's not you, which mirrors Chizuru. So they're like literally inversions of our lead duo. They're kind of flips of them. Okay, so I'm gonna read what I wrote for Minnie. I wrote a thing for Minnie just yesterday. Um, and I feel like I did a pretty good job. I feel like I did a pretty good job. And then afterwards we can read a little bit of what a friend of ours wrote on Discord. Of course, Jaws having the time of his life. Of course, Jaws having the time of his goddamn life. Man is on peak fiction levels. Peak fiction. Okay. So, let me pull up. Huh. This person says that it parallels Chizuru getting into the car. I can see that. Not quite the same, but I can see that. At this point, it's not a very healthy environment, especially after he said he'll wait for Chizuru. Even at the start, when he's talking about regret and again allowing the situation with Mami, too much plot triggering for no reason. It's not for no reason. There is a purpose. There is a reason to everything. There is a reason for everything. You may not recognize it, but there's a reason. Okay. So, let's look at this writing I did. Inexperience. So if you guys remember, the teaser for the chapter 414 was inexperience. I said it was about Minnie, but I didn't quite lay it out. And I also noticed a thematic idea when we were reading what Reddit wrote of fantasy versus reality. In particular, this element of like this being like a kind of a fantastical thing, but somewhat kind of rooted in this reality. You know, you kind of want to believe in it. What I didn't realize is that the inexperience element is deeply, basically, Chizuru is literally in the experience, whereas Minnie is inexperienced and she's not actually experiencing anything. And this ties perfectly to what Minnie calls Chizuru in chapter 413, where she literally says Chizuru is like someone out of Hurt Locker. She diffuses a bomb, right? Chizuru is an expert bomb diffuser, whereas Mami is merely acting as a bomb diffuser, or Minnie is merely acting as a bomb diffuser. This chapter builds on that, delving deeper into this idea of experience. Minnie calls Chizuru inexperienced, yet it is Minnie who's actually inexperienced. When we view things through the lens of an experience, it can feel like a fantasy, like something isn't real. What does Minnie say? Her looks clash with her innocence. It's totally unfair. Is she even real? Whereas Kazuya is a dream to Minnie because he is real, Chizuru is a fantasy because she doesn't feel real. 414 is actually about Yamori. 414 deals with this clash of fantasy and reality that we experience through inexperience. This is perfectly reflected in the cover. Katsuhito being with Sayuri in the afterlife is but a fantasy we as readers hope and believe in because of how much we saw them. It feels real. And there is a reality to this. But it's literally presented like a fantasy. They're in heaven, it's all perfect, all that stuff, all that juicy shit. And you could maybe say this is from Chizuru's POV, right? Maybe this is trying to trick you into thinking this is from Chizuru's POV. But at the same time, there's more layers to it. I'm going to delve more into these layers at a future time. I'll probably figure the answer out later. But that element of inexperience is literally in the cover, particularly because it's being shown to us as the readers, not so much to Chizuru. And this mirrors the thing with Umi in chapter 409, where literally it looks similar to this, right? The scenery and the visuals of this scene literally look similar to chapter 409 when we see Umi talking to Kazuya, where it has a direct parallel to this exact scene. Pull it up. So like look at this cover and look at this cover. Don't they look similar? Doesn't it look like Chizuru is like up there? Don't these covers look similar? Right? There's a clear similarity. They're both wearing white. Chizuru has a white hat. Right? Don't these look quite similar? Couldn't you say this looks like Kazuya and this looks like Chizuru? Yeah. Sure is a lot of similarities, isn't there? Okay. How does this chapter start? It begins with Chizuru answering Minnie's hypothetical, a fiction to confirm what Minnie believes to be real, not the actual truth. It is nothing but a confirmation bias, a reflection of the inexperienced who do not look deep enough for answers. The chapter ending literally tells us to our The chapter ending literally tells us this to our face. Sayuri told Chizuru that the only true thing in this world is our ability to think about and face our actions, to keep making choices. Thus, the answer we heard from Minnie are but lies that do not see the truth. The chapter begins as it ends. You hear something, and it is a lie, and then you are told it is a lie that you are just hearing. You are convincing yourself you do not actually know the truth. Minnie does not reflect on her own bias. Chizuru actively does. We see this in the questions Chizuru raises and the immediate answers Minnie gives. Minnie does not care about what is right or the truth, just what she wants. Chizuru searches for a deeper truth, something that Minnie hides. Okay? What is Chizuru doing? She's actively asking questions. She's trying to understand these things, to have a discussion. She's not looking for an answer. She's not looking for an answer from Minnie. She's trying to discuss things. All Minnie does is try to give answers. I'm not trying to say that it's what's best for him. Is it the right thing to do, or is it just an ideal? I don't think anyone can say for sure. She's right. You can't really say for sure. Minnie is just like, oh no, it's fucking subjective. It doesn't matter. You should just toss out ideals. None of that shit matters, right? She says, the world is ideal because we can take everything in strides and keep moving forward. The world isn't ideal. Our world is definitely not ideal, right? That doesn't mean it's okay to just shrug it off, does it? I'm just saying that it's ideal to not give up on thinking about the right thing to do. Minnie doesn't care about that. Minnie doesn't care about what the right thing to do is. She just cares about what she wants as a mirror to us as readers. Minnie says that in Japanese, Minnie specifically says, objectively speaking. So right here, she's trying to act like it doesn't bother her, but in the grand scheme of things, she says, but objectively speaking, she's like a middle schooler who doesn't know anything about love beyond getting swept up in Master's aggressive advances. Yet Chizuru doesn't get swept up in Kazuya's aggressive advances. She fucking rejected him. If she was actually getting swept up by his aggressive advances, she wouldn't have rejected them. It makes no fucking sense. Right? It looks like that at first, but Chizuru just thinks, oh no, he has a point. Right? Think about that. Remember when Kazuya asked her out? Right? It looks like she's just getting swept up by Kazuya's advances. She's not. She takes a minute. She thinks about it. So look at this scene very carefully. She was going to agree to the date. That was not the issue. Right? When Kazuya says this, like, look at Chizuru, she freaks out a little bit. Right? Oh, this is pretty intense. And guess what? It freaks Chizuru out. She calms down. She doesn't rush anything. Look at this. Calms down. Does not immediately react. Sorry, but I really don't think I can do the weekend. Stream is stuttering. Okay. I'll wait a sec. I'll wait a second. Tell me when it stops stuttering. I'll keep talking so you know. Tell me when it stops stuttering. Maybe reload it. Is anyone else suffering stuttering? It's fine now. It's good. There's no more stuttering. Okay. So what happens with Chizuru? First things first, she calms down and she looks at what she can and cannot do. I can't do the weekend. Right? I really don't think I can do the weekend. She's calm. She doesn't just say yes immediately. A lot of backstage stuff is supposed to come too. Kazuya, what does he do? He immediately reacts. Oh, okay, sorry to bring it up. It just runs off. Chizuru just hadn't given her answer yet. Just wait a second. She was just thinking about it clearly. Right? She just needed a minute to process. Kazuya just leaves immediately. The 17th, the day right before you move out. It's free all day. That works better, right? Logical. She's not being swept up. She's being very logical. She's being very smart. She doesn't just say yes without hesitation. Okay? Now you cut to Chizuru. He was a little pushy, but he has a point. I'm the one who said I'd do some research before we started living together. Soon it'll be a month under the same roof. Things can't stay like this as they are now. I've been thinking that I need to do something. If the answer isn't clear to me, then I have to find something that can make it clear. But what are we going to do? Will we just go out, do some stuff, and have dinner together? Will I really find my answer through that? A date, huh? She smiles. Is she really being swept up by Kazuya's advances? Or is it Minnie? Now, go look at Minnie. Every time Kazuya says or does something, reacts immediately. Immediately reacts. Instantly swept up. In fact, there is a perfect moment where she makes him do something and she gets caught up in this shit. And I'll show you two different moments. Oh. Chapter 337, Minnie in a bunny girl outfit. And then the carrot again. Yeah, so the bunny girl thing is definitely connected to lust and desire. And what happens in this chapter, Kazuya suddenly starts looking at Minnie as a woman. Suddenly he starts looking at her as an actual girl. And he starts feeling things. He starts looking at places. He starts reacting to when Minnie gets close to him. He starts getting caught up in these feelings. Okay, now you get to the next chapter, 388, or 338, sorry. What does Minnie do? Minnie tells him, why don't you try it on me? Try calling me cute. He says it. What happened? Gets caught up in being called cute like a little middle schooler. Look at her. She's like a little kid. She's like a little kid. Look at her in these platform boots. There's no time to be blushing. Okay. Now, this is probably the best one. Oh, this one is so fucking good. This is probably the best one. 398. Look at Minnie. Cosplaying a high schooler. And when Kazuya asks her something, look at Minnie. Get all blushy mushy when he asks her what she's talking about, what it means for her heart to skip a beat. Who's getting caught up in Kazuya's advances again? Who's the one getting caught up in Kazuya's advances again? Look at her blush. Look at her react. Look at her feeling a whole lot. Now look at Chizuru feeling everything and not reacting. Okay. Minnie says, objectively speaking, Chizuru is but a middle schooler when it comes to love. But look at them. Who literally looks like a middle schooler and who looks like an adult? Minnie speaks as if she's stating facts, while Chizuru questions whether these are even facts. Who looks like a middle schooler? Who looks like an adult? Throughout this chapter, Chizuru actively embodies Sayuri's words, actively seeking to understand her own choices and what is the right thing to do, stating words like justice and ideals. This can seem fantastical, but it's actually quite grounded and realistic. I'm going to read what G over here wrote. So G wrote something here. Am I wrong, or haven't we really talked about the fact that Chizuru managed to hide from Minnie that she constantly thinks about the kiss with Kazuya? And considering Sayuri's words, it really seems to be that Chizuru keeps thinking about it because she wants to find the answer within the kiss. I think the line written along the side of the final page refers precisely to this. And on that same page, Chizuru finally goes back to thinking about the kiss after successfully hiding it from Minnie just how much it's been on her mind. That kiss wasn't simply an attempt to search for her answer and has already run its course. It still is. Even now she's searching for an answer. Even now the kiss is her searching for an answer. Chizuru is gradually realizing just how impactful it was for her on a sensory level. In fact, almost 3 weeks later, just thinking about it still makes her heart race, and she clenches her chest to feel it more clearly, just like she did right after the kiss itself in chapter 398, which also the chapter where she says that she's becoming strange. And there's even more support for this. In chapter 405, she misses her stop because she's thinking about the kiss. In chapter 408, simply hearing the word kissu in the hallway is working at work brings the memory rushing back to her. She's really embarrassed about all this, isn't she? So just as Kazuya is beginning to walk a path that will lead him to understand who he is, Chizuru is also beginning to explore this overwhelming aspect of love. After all, Reiji himself said it, didn't he? That Kazuya doesn't know who he is, while Chizuru doesn't know what love is. Also, fate. About Chizuru possibly... Okay, well, this one doesn't matter. Well, let's not worry about that. But that highlighted my point. All right. Chizuru is literally still thinking about this experience. Chizuru literally is experienced. She has actually felt an experience with Kazuya multiple times, whereas Minnie has not. We have never seen Minnie have any real experience. Minnie does not understand this, for she has never had to grapple with an actual hard choice and consequences. Minnie calls Chizuru inexperienced, when in reality, it is she who is but a middle schooler reading her romance manga. She literally describes Chizuru like a tsundere waifu. Then what is true love? Will he ever be able to melt her heart? You know, because tsunderes are cold and you melt their heart. Get it? She's literally viewing Chizuru like a tsundere. That's the problem with a lot of the readers. They're literally looking at a tsundere. They're not looking at Chizuru. Chizuru is not a tsundere. This is not Chizuru. Chizuru is not a tsundere or a waifu. She has traits of a tsundere, but it's surface level. She has not been closed off to Kazuya or needs her heart to be melted. This dialogue is utterly childish and literally reads like a criticism of a romance manga. Right? Chizuru has tendencies where she puts up walls. Absolutely. At least she used to. She's not really doing it all that much anymore. In fact, it's something she's actively in control of now. She puts up walls with Minnie. When Minnie does things that Chizuru knows she's digging way too deep into and it's none of her fucking business, or Chizuru is protecting something that's important to her, she doesn't just put up walls. She used to. But that's not really a tsundere. Those are coping mechanisms, dude. That's a real fucking thing people have. That doesn't mean you're just a fucking tsundere, right? Chizuru is not a tsundere. She's literally broken out of that role. And Minnie keeps enforcing the role of a tsundere onto Chizuru. Literally like how readers tend to do that to characters. Right? All this character will ever be is a tsundere. Right? A tsundere, in current romance stories, what they'll do is that, yeah, they'll get with the character, but they'll still be a tsundere. They never escape this role that they are designated to. Chizuru is not a tsundere. She was never truly a tsundere, and she broke out of that trap of being a tsundere. And you saw how, and you've seen it from the beginning. Chizuru has always had tendencies that don't align with a tsundere. She has tendencies that align with a kudere, where she can appear closed off and like kind of walling stuff out. She has tendencies of a dandere, where she's very, very emotional and very, very shy. Right? She has all these things that are not inherently tsunderes. And yet, all people see is just the tsundere. The characters are not tropes. The tropes are a disguise for the truth underneath everything. Okay? Right. Even the kiss stemmed from her earnestness for her research. She's an Iron Lady through and through. Iron Lady? As in she's cold? As in she's a tsundere? Here's Chizuru. It's not right. You put so much work into everything, it wouldn't be fair to ruin it because of me. Here she is telling him everything. A tsundere would not open up. A tsundere would need her walls to be busted open. Here's Chizuru, the moment Kazuya asks, she just tells him. I see. She also got new shoes, huh? She prepared for everything and dealt with the pain because she didn't want to ruin the mood. I didn't notice it at all. That's how important this date was to her. Just knowing that makes me happy. Yomori fans will hate me for this, but Minnie is a blind fool. She reflects our own ignorance and blindness as readers who think we understand love just because we read a few romanticized manga or play a dating sim, which, by the way, the teaser for next chapter is simulation. Wouldn't you know it? Aren't they just playing simulations? Aren't they just acting out love? Wouldn't you know it? There's a perfect example that reflects Minnie's blind ignorance of life and love in this chapter. Minnie tells Chizuru to not get hit on. Then she is immediately hit on. Notice how Minnie doesn't even process this, remaining in the shadows, in her own thoughts, alone. Try not to get hit on. Right? Try not to get hit on. I had no idea Master said that. She literally looks at Chizuru getting hit on. Does not even process it. Doesn't even get past her mind. She probably knows what I'm going to tell him today, as if she's saying that she has nothing to hide. Minnie sees nothing. Minnie represents No. Minnie represents all readers. All readers. Not casual readers. All readers. Because guess what? There's hardcore readers on Reddit who see through Minnie's bullshit, and yet when she says something that aligns with their narrative, they will side with her. Minnie represents the voices of all of the readers, not just not hardcore readers. No. All of the readers. I'm not a hardcore reader. I'm a professional reader. I'm using the fucking the Resident Evil difficulties, because it's like normal, hard, hardcore, professional. I'm professional. I'm a professional reader. But no. It's not just hardcore readers, because there are hardcore readers in the Japanese fandom like Mute who believe everything Minnie says. And he goes back and he rereads. There are other people who go back and reread. The difference is between me and like some of the other readers is like I feel like I know how to interact with literature a little bit differently. Mostly because I write myself. Like every script I write is me writing. Right. I've written stories before. I've imagined narratives before. I delve into stuff a lot. So the reason I can understand is because I write too. I try to make something cohesive that makes sense when I'm trying to interact and read for you guys. The things I read for you guys, I structure them in a way that makes sense. Right. I try to. I try to understand literature when I'm interacting with it. I think many readers don't actually know how to interact with literature. And I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm saying it's because you don't write. If you don't write every day, you're not going to fucking learn how to write. I write literally every day. There isn't a day I don't write. It doesn't matter if I'm analyzing a chapter, I'm writing. I'm constantly fucking writing. So I learn more and more about writing. I interact and study other literature and other media to understand my own writing better. It's the same as art. You cannot learn art unless you draw every day. I write every day. So I understand more and more about art. I try to read what other people say, but I try my best to not like get swept up in what people are saying. I try to like figure it out for myself. I think a lot of readers think they understand writing. They don't. I think, and I'm not trying to be like a dick about it. I'm saying it's like you just don't know what it means to be an artist, because I don't think you're actually writing, you're responding to something. It's the same with talking to someone. A lot of people don't actually know how to talk. They know how to respond. They know how to respond to someone. They don't know how to actually talk to someone. Because responding is just you reacting. You're talking at them, not to them. And I think a lot of people don't know how to actually talk to people. This is kind of the issue with literature. You don't know how to talk to the literature. You know how to talk at the literature. You assume what the literature is telling you. And I've seen this a lot. Like even Varicus falls into this trap a lot. Despite Varicus writing a lot, I do think he kind of falls a little bit into some of these traps too. I see a lot of people on Reddit fall into these traps. I've seen a lot of like people who are pretty good at analyzing sometimes fall into these traps. I've fallen into these traps, you know, because you can't fully know what a writer's thinking, especially if you're tired and you're not thinking straight. I think that's definitely present here. Minnie literally represents the readers, period. She doesn't represent the writers. If you're a writer, if you know how to write, if you're an artist, you can see past this very clearly. Chizuru is literally an actual artist, whereas Minnie is a cosplayer pretending to be an artist. It's not that there isn't an art to cosplaying, but you'll notice something kind of important. Minnie tends to buy her costumes, right? At least from what I've noticed, Minnie tends to buy her costumes. She doesn't actually make them very much, at least from what I've noticed. And it's basically Minnie pretending to be an artist, not actually being an artist. This mirrors Minnie being parallel to AI, right? This is why Minnie's being parallel to AI, because readers like to think they're writers. You're a reader, you're not a writer. There's a whole different fucking point. And when you recognize you're looking at this from the reader's perspective and not the writer's perspective, you don't understand. That's the difference. That's, I think, that's a little bit of a difference between me and a lot of other readers. I'm looking at the writing. You're looking at it from the reading perspective. You're not actually looking at the literature. You're not actually looking at the writing. And again, I'm trying my best not to sound condescending or calling you fucking stupid. I'm just literally saying it's something you're inexperienced in, as a mirror to Minnie. Right? Minnie cosplays, but I don't think she's ever delved really deep into actually cosplaying. Right? She's too, even a cosplayer, someone who can create art by like essentially mimicking art, can also lose the art they're seemingly creating, be trapped in the fiction that they're making. Because there is actual real cosplayers who do create. But Minnie is seemingly losing that. She's literally losing who she is, right? She's kind of losing track of what she's actually trying to make. She hasn't been making, she's just been copying what other people do. Literally like an AI. Literally like readers who think they understand literature because they read a few books, or they read things they perceive as better written than what's actually there. It's literally our own inexperience. We don't know what the hell we're looking at. So literally, Minnie here doesn't process Chizuru literally being hit on as she told her to not get hit on. She's so focused on the kiss that she literally doesn't see Chizuru. Right? What is Minnie looking at here? What do we see Minnie literally looking at here? She sees Chizuru's back, not her front. She's blind to Chizuru. She sees what she wishes to see. She doesn't actually see Chizuru. She sees her back. She doesn't see her front. She doesn't see her face. She doesn't face her. Okay? This reflects how their meeting began. Minnie herself was being hit on while Chizuru was unapproachable. Minnie knew Chizuru would be hit on just based on the fact that she herself was hit on. The dudes hit on Minnie while she was in normal clothes. Of course they would hit on Chizuru. But Minnie idolizes Chizuru. She saw her being too stunning to be hit on, and so ignored the fact that she literally was, because it counters her narrative of Chizuru's perfect iron lady. It shows how Minnie quite literally does not see Chizuru, but rather the girl too good to be true. I'm starting to think that she's too good of a catch, even for Master. What a rabbit hole. A trap of your lust and desires. Chizuru is like a rabbit hole. You want to jump in. It's so attractive. It's so pretty. You just want it all to yourself. But what's Minnie doing here? This is exactly where the cracks form. She's too good for Kazuya. Her idolization of Kazuya clashes with her idolization of Chizuru, for it is on completely opposite extremes. Fantasy, Chizuru, and reality, Kazuya. So she falls into denial, denying her own desires for a waifu. No, he's a dream. I absolutely have to see the two of them as a couple before I die. You could say that it's the outcome of passion. In that moment, you see Minnie for what she is, a person who lives in her own lonely shadow, presenting a positive, extroverted exterior, but in reality, she is always escaping into a fantasy, enforcing feminine fantasies onto Chizuru and masculine fantasies onto Kazuya, seeing neither of them. She idolizes Chizuru because she secretly has a distrust of men, yet she herself thinks with the male gaze, actively looking at Chizuru with lustful eyes. And when Kazuya doesn't align with her perception of ideal, you see her disappointment. She doesn't see his pain at all. Look at her fantasy shatter, right? Look at her fantasy of Kazuya shattering. These two arcs are direct mirrors. Minnie can't see Kazuya just as she can't see Chizuru. With Kazuya, she never digs deep enough into his story, just as the readers don't. Assuming he didn't have sex with Ruka when he was, assuming he did have sex with Ruka when he was assaulted. But she is so busy having her fantasy shattered that she never notices this, just as she never notices Chizuru being hit on, despite literally seeing it. Her mind just doesn't process. She never questions if the information he gave her was reliable or how his description makes no sense. Instead, Minnie treats him like he's guilty, asking if he would do it again, not if he's okay or what Ruka did. In fact, did you notice that? She never once blames Ruka. It's only natural. A girl can't assault a man. As a mirror and continuation of this, she perceives Chizuru as too pure and innocent. She can't ever tell her about Ruka. Chizuru couldn't handle it, as she could, except Chizuru has not only dealt with this exact situation in the past, but regularly asks Kazuya about Ruka. Do you do that kind of stuff with Ruka? What did you do with her? Minnie says, objectively speaking, when talking about Chizuru in Japanese, yet the only person we see objectively here is Minnie herself. For we hear her thoughts and thus understand the reasoning behind them. Yet never once do we hear Chizuru's thoughts, and thus our view of her is purely subjective. Chizuru here literally speaks from experience, knowing full well there is no such thing as forever because she has suffered so much loss. We are intentionally reminded of Sayuri to show us how Chizuru knows all too well that everything ends. That's why she only asks for a little more time. The plates in front of Chizuru are a total mess, to reflect how she is aware what is on her plate. And yet she still wishes to place the utensils properly, to do this right. No matter how messy it gets, even if everything is wrong, she wishes to do right by Kazuya. He deserves it. It is literally the same thing in Hawaiians. What does she do in Hawaiians? Even though everything is a fucking shit show, she still tries to give him the right space to do his confession. She still tries to give him the right comfortable space so he can do his confession. Our view is from Minnie's inexperienced eyes. She can never see Chizuru objectively, for she has no way to see her thoughts, merely what she assumes to be her thoughts, as we literally see Minnie in the dark for nearly the whole chapter, clouded by her own assumptions and expectations. Minnie's beliefs are rooted in fantasy, while we think Chizuru is being a fool for sticking to her ideals. In reality, her ideals are quite grounded, for she does not wish to trap Kazuya in an unhappy relationship. This is where a topic Minnie brings up is core: Chizuru's dad. Minnie thinks of this twice, but never mentions it to Chizuru, thinking it's not a good idea. But that's the thing. Minnie believes Chizuru's dad is the issue because she herself distrusts men. Chizuru's issues is not her dad. It's her mom. Her mom dated casually. She hurt her loved ones. Right? Why did this all start? Minnie asked about Chizuru's mom. Chizuru tells her she dated a lot. Chizuru tells Kazuya, if there's anything I learned from my mom, it's to take pictures with my children. The only thing. Kazuya apologizes to Chizuru, and she says, and I'm the one who should apologize. Maybe it's because my dad left my mom so quickly, but for some reason, Tamagi-san is always fishing for info on my relationship with men. Isn't it weird? Mom and I aren't even the same people. It's literally about the comparison with her mom, not her. It has nothing to do with her dad. Everyone compares Chizuru to her mom. Everyone always asks her about her mom. Chizuru doesn't even know her dad. Why have a distrust of men when she had Katsuhito as a father figure? Why comfortably date men for a job if she distrusts men? It makes no sense. Minnie is projecting. Minnie thinks Chizuru just walls Kazuya out. Yet this is the same girl who broke down in his arms, opened up about her childish dream to become an actress for her grandparents, kissed him, lived with him, and even got intimate with him multiple times. It's utter nonsense. Minnie only sees the surface with Chizuru. She doesn't actually know her as Kazuya does, as we do. And just like Kazuya, we forget who Chizuru is. Slaves to Minnie, who experience love through her mere fiction. A slave who has never seen the sun and is content with the candlelight. Chizuru won't let others decide for her. Everyone is trying to decide her future for her. Umi is trying to force her into a relationship like a bully. Kazuya won't stop waiting. Minnie is trying to bully Chizuru into being with Kazuya. Everyone is acting just like Ruka. We trust Minnie because we cannot trust those who do not give us answers, who do not give us the truth. And since Chizuru is not giving us what we want, we side with Minnie, not realizing she is literally lying to our faces and to herself, sinking into her own delusion. In that very same chapter, where Minnie says Chizuru has a distrust of men, we see Chizuru text Umi, and she rejects him, literally contradicting Minnie's beliefs, as Umi literally looks like he's trouble, yet Chizuru still feels safe enough to play a game with him and do something that could actually endanger her, in private, at night, just her and him. And still, she goes and meets him. Why would you meet someone who's troubling you if you have a distrust of men? And yet she does. No problem. We seek truth, but what if we can't see it in our own bias? Avoid it in favor of lies. Never ask. Don't want to know. We should know the truth. Chizuru doesn't just ask Kazuya to trust her blindly. She knows he should make his own choices, and that is what she says to him. When Kazuya says he'll keep waiting for her forever, she says, "What are you saying? You've got the family business you need to take care of. You're going to miss your chance at getting married like that. Please don't worry. I'll give it everything I have." Okay. Kicking a ball every day makes you play like a mess. No. The same way that writing every day makes you a token or Martin. There are people so talented so you can't do shit about it. That's not true. That's bullshit. When you kick a ball every day, you slowly learn how to kick a ball better. You keep doing it wrong long enough, you start to kind of realize how you can do it right. Let's say you have a goal, or someone you play with, or someone occasionally hops in. Suddenly, you start learning a little bit of new stuff. Every single time you interact with something, every single time you make a mistake, you learn more and more and more. That's not true. You actively learn more. Consistently, every single day. Talent is not the end-all be-all. I'm not saying you're going to become fucking, what is it? Who's a good fucking writer? Who's a good fucking writer? I can't think of anything right now. I'm not saying you're going to become like a god-tier writer by just writing every day. All I said is you're going to get better at writing every day. You're going to get more experience, and the more experience you have, the better you will be. Period. I didn't get to this level of understanding literature by just doing it every day for a couple of weeks. I did this shit for fucking years. Dude, I've been doing this shit for fucking years. Like years and years and years of writing. I'm 30 years old, dude. I've been writing since I was like 20 or some shit. Like 10 goddamn years. That's the only reason I'm kind of half fucking decent at this. I've interacted with so much goddamn literature. I've watched so many fucking videos. I've played and interacted with so many different things. I actively made mistakes and learned to be better. I wasn't fucking like this in my 20s, like early 20s. I was stupid as shit. It takes a long fucking time. It's not something that's going to magically happen. And nor do I think I'm at the level of like a god tier writer that people consider amazing. Like, I don't think I can write like fucking, what's his name? The guy who writes like Game of Thrones. I don't think I can write like him. 90 day of the week. Hell no. That doesn't mean you don't learn. That doesn't make any sense. Literally, in just you making a mistake constantly, you learn how to do it better. I'm not saying you're going to perfect it. You can learn quicker by like learning how to do it properly. But just you doing it every day, whatever that thing is, will improve you. So like when I was in high school, I used to draw a lot. And a lot of it was just kind of copying like the composition of things I personally enjoyed. And I just did that enough times that I became a little better at it over and over and over. Over some time, I started to get better at art. I think I lost a lot of my skills because I haven't been drawing this entire time. But I definitely got better to the point that, like, some people would acknowledge, like, hey, you have good, like, compositional skills. You have a good understanding of, like, some of the anatomy stuff. You learn this, you learn that. So, yes, just doing something every day does improve you. You do get better. George R.R. Martin, J.R.R. Tolkien is better in my opinion. Isn't Tolkien the dude who did Lord of the Rings? Isn't he, like, dead now? Well, that's stupid. He's been dead since, like, the 50s or something. That's stupid as fuck. He's been dead for the whole fucking time. Shit. Just ignore me. They're both old people. One of them is dead. One of them is still alive. George R.R. Martin's a big man. He's still alive. Did I read this one yet? Did I read this one to you guys yet? I wrote this one recently. I don't know if I read it for you guys yet. You also didn't understand Hawaiians the arc the first time. Yeah, exactly. I still noticed a decent amount. Hawaiians as an arc opened my mind. So let me like clear up some of my perspective. Hawaiians as an arc is kind of what got me out of the trap in literature, where you hear a lot of, like, I basically, the way I reviewed literature was how people talked about it, not how I personally like, or not how, like, I was actually experiencing it or what I was actually interacting with. I just reviewed it how other people reviewed. So, like, I would talk kind of like Gigok. I would talk kind of like some of these other people that I read. That's when I broke out of it and learned how to actually analyze media for myself. The Hawaiians arc did that for me because it subverted everything I understood about how something should work. It just said, "Ayo, you don't get shit." You didn't read this tweet. Okay. So here's an example of how Kanokari has been leaving answers in plain view, but we just didn't notice them. When Umi calls Kazuya, Kazuya freaks out thinking he kissed Chizuru. But what did Umi want to ask Kazuya? That's right. If he kissed Chizuru. They're inverted parallels, right? I talked about this on stream, but I didn't read this. Now look at how Kazuya reacts versus how Umi reacts. Kazuya freaks out. He loves Chizuru. This would be horrible. But Chizuru kissed Kazuya. Why does he think she would kiss Umi? Now look at Umi. He's actually happy, excited even that she kissed Kazuya. This is a natural result for him, right? So when you look at Umi and, like, when Kazuya tells him they kissed, look at Umi's fucking reaction. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Umi is Kazuya's inverted parallel. Him and Kazuya want the same thing, but are equally blind. Umi literally can't see. Kazuya chooses not to see in his own shadows. Both want to understand Chizuru, but Kazuya actually can and chooses not to. Chizuru and Minnie are also inverted parallels. Minnie is like Kazuya. She speaks of seeing Chizuru, but is literally unwilling to see her in her own shadows. Chizuru gives her the ability to, and she won't. Chizuru gives her the ability to see, but she just won't. Chizuru, in contrast, wishes to see but isn't allowed to. However, unlike Umi, her eyes are wide open, easily seen and willing to see. Minnie is essentially an inversion of Umi here. She invited Chizuru out as Umi invited Kazuya out, but both wish to see the truth with their own eyes. But while Umi is willing to see and accept the truth, Minnie is not, willfully choosing delusional hypotheticals to satisfy her beliefs. Chizuru is an inversion of Kazuya. Kazuya wants to know what Umi might know about Chizuru. Umi tells him about the rejection, and Kazuya learns. In contrast, Chizuru, but Kazuya never asks, right? Kazuya never asks. He wants to know, but he never asks. So he just stays in his own little shadow, and then Umi just eventually tells him, right? He ultimately left the choice up to Umi, and he just happened to get lucky that Umi was willing to tell him. In contrast, Chizuru wants to know about Kazuya too, and while Minnie holds a dark secret in Ruka, she does not share it, leaving Chizuru blind even though she wants to see. She literally doesn't let her. And Chizuru asks and wants to know, and Minnie just doesn't fucking tell her. Did you notice that? Chizuru got absolutely nothing here, while Minnie got exactly what she wanted. Her own confirmation bias that Chizuru should not know about Ruka. What does Chizuru do from the moment the date starts? ask about Ruka. She wants to know, and they won't let her. The moment she meets Minnie, she asks about Kazuya. Minnie makes fun of her, teases her, and doesn't tell her anything. Kazuya, in contrast, doesn't want the truth. It scares him. He treats Umi like he's a completely different person, not seeing how they are similar, not seeing how similar they actually are. He says they're from different worlds when they're very, very similar. And even when he gets the truth, he is still stuck in his illusion because he won't confront Ruka, leaving the secret in Minnie's unaware hands. This mirrors what he does with Umi. He tells Umi Chizuru's secret of the kiss and tells Minnie about his dark secret. Yet he never checks with Chizuru if it's okay to share the secret of the kiss. And he doesn't trust her to know about Ruka when she clearly trusts him more than he believes. Now look at Chizuru with Minnie. She doesn't just openly share all of Kazuya's secrets in public, nor does she distrust Kazuya to judge her when she openly admits she's taking advantage of him, knowing Minnie will go and tell him this. She doesn't protect herself and says the truth as she sees it. Yet, what are the readings of these chapters by most people? The total flip. Kazuya is just being honest, while Chizuru doesn't trust him and uses Kazuya. In reality, it is Kazuya who doesn't trust Chizuru and uses her kindness, while Chizuru trusts him and protects and values his love. Yep. There's another one. Man, I wrote a lot. Jesus Christ. Why do I write so much? Why the fuck do I write so much? And then there was this little analysis. This is a chapter of an experience, but not the one Minnie speaks of, rather our own that we do not see. Minnie is literally green and we don't know it. Nearly every word she speaks about Chizuru is literally about herself. She's a middle schooler talking about love. She is the one who's swept up by Kazuya's advances. She says, objectively speaking, we never hear Chizuru's thoughts, but we do hear Minnie's. It's subjective. Everything Minnie describes about Chizuru is her projecting onto Chizuru her own experiences and what she desires. And wouldn't you know it, she starts thinking Kazuya doesn't deserve Chizuru because she wants her. Yet this is not real. Yet this is not the real Chizuru, but what Minnie wants, a waifu. This directly parallels Kazuya, as we saw in chapter 401. He can't read the road signs, just as he can't read Mami's obvious signals on where she wants to turn. He literally doesn't know how to drive and where the driver next to him wants to go, unable to learn or focus on the road. And instead of taking the time to learn and trust his instincts on the wheel, he hands it over to someone else, Minnie, who is more inexperienced than he is, as he actually knows what this may very well mean, yet doesn't confront it head on, in denial while Minnie drives blind. Okay. What else do we got? What else do I got? Yeah. I'll need some time to do my analysis properly for this chapter. We didn't really focus too much on this chapter. There's still more to do for this chapter. We didn't really focus a whole lot on this chapter. One thing I've seen lately is people thinking Chizuru is some child when it comes to love. This is not true. She's innocent when it comes to love. That does not mean she doesn't know anything about it. In fact, out of the whole cast, she is the most emotionally equipped for love. Chizuru is one of the few that truly sees and empathizes with others. She recognizes her mistakes and wrongdoing while others misdirect blame. She tries to actually make sure her partner is happy while others only care about their own desires. She is no fool as portrayed by Minnie. Chizuru's conflict is not about learning more about love, it is about knowing what love is. And the reason she doesn't know is because everyone seeks to define it for her. But it only appears one-sided when love is not supposed to be that way. It is shared, a bond, a connection. In simple terms, she wants to give to Kazuya, and she feels like she isn't. He keeps giving her, and she feels she is about to overflow. When that's not right. Love is not simply selfless or selfish, it is both. It is making someone happy because they make you happy. It's a choice. The emotion of love will not sustain a relationship, for that is fleeting. What will keep it going is the choice to stay with the person because you both care for each other and can make the other person happy. If it's not built together, then is it really a relationship? Okay. I read this one, right? The D-mail reference. Right, I read the connection to the D-mail reference. So I don't think I need to. Yeah, I already read this one. How isn't this twist? Oh yeah, so this person is like saying, oh, Chizuru should pay Kazuya back. Why isn't she paying? Oh, let me just read it. I'll just read what they wrote. From the joy of last week to getting dumped this week, it overlapped with the Odaiba Dave and the flashback hit me hard. Kazuya got some seriously shitty flaws too, but Chizuru is no saint either, you know? After all the countless ways he's supported her, and this is how she repays him, for real, Kazuya is not a perfect guy, but dude, he's gonna fall for you this hard, you ain't ever meeting another man in your lifetime. Isn't this twisted? Is love about repaying someone or sharing time with them, wanting them to be happy? Or did we forget her reasoning? She didn't wish to keep him waiting, yet he would not stop waiting. You think Chizuru doesn't know this? She said this to Mami. And then there's another person here who... same person. Same person. Wouldn't you know it? Same exact person. I get that's your fave, but even for a kiss, the statement is honestly such a turnoff and kills the vibe. That's not serious or anything of the sort. Is that all you've got in terms of facing this head on? It's way too disrespectful to Ruka-chan. For real, you probably won't get it until you get burned once. If Kazuya gets stolen away by Ruka-chan right in front of you, you'll finally feel the crisis and get it, right? I think you're really missing the point in front of you, and forgetting too. Chizuru is willing to sacrifice herself if it means Kazuya is happy. She rejected him knowing it might mean Ruka. She's already been hurt by Ruka before. If anything, she knows that she can lose him all too well. And then we talked about the parallels to the movie arc. And then all this other stuff. Where did I could have sworn I shared it somewhere. There's that parallel. The lifestyle and work line was just terrible delivery. It's not untrue, though. The problem is that's what you're fixating on. The problem really is just that's what you're fixating on. She is right, though. Her work style and her life is in the way. And she knows it's in the way. But that's the thing. Kazuya doesn't help her feel like it's not in the way. What Kazuya wants goes kind of counter to what she's currently doing. And he never helps her feel comfortable in that. So naturally, she's going to think it's in the way. It's not a terrible delivery. It's an accurate delivery. People just don't get it. Because they're so busy seeing what they want to see. She's not picking her job over him. She's just saying it's literally in the way and I can't jump into it right now. She specifically says right now. Again, that's all people want to see. Reddit. I think I'm just going to read Varicus and then take a break. Yep. Everyone horny for Sumi. Everyone's having a great time with Sumi. Yes, there's the parallel here. Interesting chapters. Probably not to remember the same situation with Chizuru. Will Mami make up some excuse as well? No, I don't think so. Mami's not going to make an excuse. She's going to do the opposite. What happens at the end with Mami is a direct parallel to the shed incident Kazuya had with Chizuru. So I'm really curious to see what can happen here, especially with Kazuya being especially paranoid currently. Not that I can blame him. I can blame him absolutely. Anyways, I like what happened with Ruka isn't being skipped over, and I really hope Kazuya talks about it with Chizuru. Lastly, it's nice that Kazuya knows how much his constant fantasies are affecting him and how annoying they are. There are some improvements at least. Missing the forest for the trees, but all right. Wow, what a chapter. Mami's on fire. I don't think we're heading towards a sexual assault 2.0. It'll probably get diffused very quickly like last time with Mami. But it seems clear that Kazuya won't be able to resolve what happened with Mami since he's horny as hell. And well, that's Kazuya. He never resolves anything. And even if I wished he would, he probably won't manage to tell Mami about his feelings for Chizuru. And Mami probably won't be able to admit and apologize for what she did either. So where's this going? I get the feeling that what's happening here is just meant to push Kazuya deeper into his lust he might seem to be sinking into, and hopefully all of this will quickly lead to Kazuya hitting rock bottom. I can really see him blaming himself so much that he won't feel legitimately or worthy of Chizuru. It's the point of simply wanting to give up on the idea of being with her and give up on the date in July. No, he's not going to give up on Chizuru. I think you're kind of misunderstanding. His goal, his lesson is to learn to give up. He won't do that. He'll keep doubling, tripling down. Huh. Yeah. So there was another parallel. Oh my god, it is! It's literally a direct parallel! Oh my god, he literally has the sunglasses and everything. Oh my god, the fucking things. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's all there. Oh, the parallels are directly right there. This smells bad. Are we heading towards the second chapter 219 or Hawaiians arc? We've been in the Hawaiians arc this whole time, brother. We've been in the Hawaiians arc the whole time, brother. Deja vu. I've been in this place before. Da 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 da. First impression, Kazuya is still struggling with his guilt, and now Mami is also getting more bold. She has trialed him, she copied his schedule, she wants to spend time with him, but Kazuya still doesn't want to admit that she might actually like him. And then he gets into the back of a car with Mami after driving school ended. It didn't seem like Mami expected Kazuya to show up, but what makes me a little suspicious is that she had basically the same excuse she had in chapter 15. I lost something, help me find it. It was chapter 10. To get close to Kazuya. Let's hope she doesn't pull a Ruka on him now. Teaser for next time, close it. Ruka 2.0 would be too much. I don't think so. It's meant to be the reverse of Ruka. It's meant to be the reverse of Ruka. Give me chills. Writing that makes me feel like going down rapids. As usual, there's too much to say about the chapter. I'll hit some highlights that all have signals that it's supposed to be thematically similar to chapter 57. I went back and reread the chapter, and its primary things are Chizuru and Kazuya asking to spend time with her outside of rental dating. Taking time to her safe space, the batting cages, and taking her to Sayuri for no apparent reason other than to have him spend time together. Chizuru takes him to Sayuri. A big emphasis of this chapter is that Chizuru is trying to bring their relationship as something more equal. From now on, let's be equals, fair neighbors to each other, okay? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what she said. You're right. So those chapters I showed you guys in the very beginning of the series, Kazuya and Chizuru were trying to bring something a little bit more equal. Mami's emotionally trying to achieve something similar here. She's trying to make the relationship dynamic between her and Kazuya more equal by being more direct and going out of her way to spend time with him openly and honestly. She sorted out how she feels and now wants to try again. Oh, she didn't sort out anything. She didn't sort out anything. She's just trying to be more honest with herself. But that honesty disguises a very dark truth. So honestly just scratching the surface here, but please really contemplate the implications of this panel I pasted. It is, in my mind, the whole ball game. Nothing feels worse than hating yourself. Yeah, it is the whole ball game. The whole crux of this is literally hating yourself. It's rooted in Mami. It's rooted in Kazuya. It's everything. It is literally connected to everything. He's not wrong. Yeah, it is the center of all of this. Mami hasn't even done anything, bro. Chill the fuck out. Here's the Silver Lion. Last time we Kazuya who disappears chapter, and we know what. I mean, some good stuff. Okay, I think you're kind of missing the point. It's not that something good happened after. It's that this is calling back to that to show you how that's always been the problem. Get the feeling Mami says to close the door. It's not a little chat, unlike certain main female character. No, her words are literally a parallel to Chizuru's. Her words are literally a parallel. Okay. This is such a fucking excuse. Kazuya is in love with Chizuru. He's also a horny kid who's still a virgin, yeah? So we can't be surprised when he does shit like this. Don't be surprised if he takes a nap in Mommy's chest. I think this is sarcasm. I'd like to think this is sarcasm. If it isn't, damn. That's a whole lot of excuses, buddy. That's a whole lot of excuses, buddy. Sarcasm. I wanted to say that I read recently some mangas that you recommended from the time here, like Maison Ikkoku and Henry Relationship. You wanted to tell you they enjoyed both a lot. Thanks for the recommendations. Yeah, they're peak. Glad you like them. Glad you like them. Okay. I'm kind of a little checked out. I'm gonna read a little bit of. We kind of just blitzed through Reddit super fast. We kind of just like hella blitzed through Reddit, like uber duper fast. Okay. Sorry, I'm just checking a few stuff. Okay. Not a whole lot at the moment. So this is the plan. I am gonna end the stream for now. I need a break. I need a fucking break. So the poll says 59 votes. 61% want me to keep playing Resident Evil 9 on insanity mode. So hey, if there's one more person who hasn't voted, vote. I just wanted to hit 60. I wanted to hit 60. So I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna take a break, maybe like a couple hours, and then I'm gonna shave, clean up, eat something, and then I'm gonna make sure all my tasks are done, and then I'm gonna stream some Resident Evil. That's the plan. So yeah, I'll stream again later today. We're gonna continue with Resident Evil. You guys are gonna see me die like a lot. Insanity mode is a fucking Jesus Christ. What the fuck is insanity mode? My life. Goddamn. It's literally, it feels like professional mode in Resident Evil 4. I'm not a big fan of piracy, so I try my best to avoid unless I'm forced to. Is the rack volumes that bad? If so, what's the best way to read Rent a Girlfriend? Okay, the best way to read Rent a Girlfriend is to learn Japanese and to read that. That's the best option, unless you're trying to talk about English. If we're talking English, unfortunately, it's an amalgamation of everything. I would recommend the best way to initially read it is to start with unfortunately, the fan translations up to chapter 280. After chapter 280, you should read from K manga. It is a better version to read. Just stick to K manga that entire time. The volumes have things that are more accurate to the original text, but they have terrible grammar. They have a lot of mistranslations, like really fucking bad mistranslations all over the place. But then they also have correct translations in certain places, and you're just like, what the fuck? So my recommendation, if it's your first time reading Rent a Girlfriend, start with the fan translations, very specifically fan translations, and read from chapter 1 to 280. Then you switch to Then you switch to K manga, and you stick with K manga. Once you're done with all of that, if you're still interested, feel free to read the official volume translations because they can give you some better ideas of certain things than certain ways they were said. The anime is also generally a good way to do these comparisons because if I'm like, okay, what the anime said and what the fan translation said is consistent, but then the volume translations are different from that, then I realize, okay, this is poorly translated, this is fucking inaccurate. The other ways is I tend to go and ask Japanese fans. Unfortunately, there is no good way to read Rent a Girlfriend. K-manga is not available in my country. Sorry. Go to the Reddit. If you don't have access to K-manga, go to the Reddit and look up the chapters one by one, or try to check the Kobari links, go from there. I wouldn't recommend trying to look them up online because some of the sites, what they'll do is that they'll put the official translations instead of like the K manga translations. So yeah, you're kind of just fucked. Unfortunately, you're kind of just fucked unless you do what I do and like read every chapter weekly and keep track of every little fucking thing. And fortunately, this is a very common thing in the... Are the translations bad because of localization or just bad translators? Both. Literally both. Understand, localization is part of translation. Localization is part of... translation is part of localization. And so it kind of goes hand in hand. Sometimes when you localize something in a very particular way, you end up mistranslating and losing some of the nuance. In the same way, if you're poorly translating and then add your own fucking localization on top, it fucks it over. So for instance, one thing that the official translation does that's fucking obnoxious is they constantly make Kazuya a lot more what is it? How do I say? He says please a lot more when he doesn't say that in Japanese. And it ruins certain scenes. Like one scene, when Kazuya tells Chizuru to open the door in chapter 102 or 100 it was like 102 or 103. He tells Chizuru to open the door. He doesn't say please. He says open the door. Let me in. Right? And in the official translations, they add a little. They constantly add Kazuya saying please, 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 please. I think that kind of like it might not be a big deal to you, but it does ruin the moment a little bit because Kazuya is not asking, or sorry, Kazuya is not like being nice about it. He's pushing. He's like, Ayo, open the fucking door. Let me in. Let me help you. There's a lot of actually bad fucking translations where there's like shit that like ruins Chizuru's character. There's straight up shit that ruins Chizuru's character. I'm like, what the fuck is this character? Is it what? That's not what she said. What the fuck? Like, there's a part where she says, you're a good guy. And she's literally quoting Sayuri. They make her say, you're so nice to me. It literally makes her come off as fucking childish. Chizuru, this mature character, comes off like a stupid little kid. There's the part in when Kazuya says, I want you. In Japanese, he uses incredibly possessive language, but you can misunderstand it if you don't understand Japanese well enough. Right? It's a little bit complicated in how he says it. And it's not a commonly used phrase. So you can misunderstand it and think I'm fine with you. That's how they translate it. They translate it to Kazuya saying, I'm fine with you, to Chizuru. When he's supposed to be saying, I want you. And like he says it, kimiga, as in, I want you, please, you, I want you. Like, it's very, very possessive language. And it's not something you just casually say. And they translate it to, I'm fine with you. And I'm just like, yeah, I'll settle for you. You know, I'll settle for you. Not, you are the object of my fucking desire. There are some really bad ones where they fuck up translations where Chizuru says something about Ruka and they fuck it up in a really weird way. I don't remember the exact details, but they like fuck up what Chizuru is saying where she's talking about Ruka, and it's a line the anime removed, so we can't even properly check it. But yeah, they mess up shit like that. They do really stupid shit, like retranslate the same exact lines, but then do them worse. So like they retranslated lines that were not changed from the original text and were translated by K-manga, and they just fuck them up. Like, they just make the lines worse. And I'm like, why? It's the same line. You didn't need to retranslate it. What the fuck was the point of that? But no, they had to. Right? They had to make it fucking weird and stupid. It's full of a whole bunch of crap. I haven't dug into literally everything, but I've seen enough volumes to be like, okay, this is kind of garbage. I've seen enough volumes to be like, this is kind of garbage. I would not recommend reading this. If you read this, I would understand why you think the series is bad. No. These are straight up mistranslations, dude. Okay. You don't believe me. In the fan translations, they read it as I want you. In the anime translations, they read it as I want you. In the official translations, they read it as I'm fine with you. What? In the official translations, they read it as you're so nice to me. The fan translation says you're a great guy. The official the anime translations say you're a good guy. The more accurate translation was, you're a good guy. She says good. Not great, she says good. So why does the fucking official translations translate it like that? It doesn't read like English. Like, their grammar is garbage. Their grammar is really, like, literally just on a grammatical level, their grammar is garbage. Like the sentence sounds stiff and like poorly written. And it literally shows how they're bad at English and they're bad at Japanese. Which is like a really impressive trait to have. That you suck at English and you suck at Japanese. Because you're misreading the Japanese and you're writing the English poorly. In a way that like makes the sentence sound stiff and weird and awkward to read. It's just obnoxious to fucking read. It's not well translated. It's not well written either. It's literally bad localization and bad translation. It's fucking both. That's a terrible combination, dude. Localization and translation already gets a whole lot of flack as it is. So I hate like doing this, but like unfortunately they are absolutely doing this. And if you don't believe me, this is like a common issue in the sphere. Just go look at the official translations for jujitsu. They're really fucking bad. Like abysmally dog shit. Like I read a little bit of it. I'm just like, why is this so like fucking garbage? They're literally mistranslating everything. It's like really bad, and it's an official translation on Viz Media. And these fuckers are getting away with it. Everyone is yelling about this, and they're getting away with it. It's no different with this. It's absolutely the fucking same. It's like literally garbage translations, and they get away with it. And it's like sometimes they're right. Sometimes their translations are correct. I don't want it to be sometimes. I want you to be consistently correct, please and thank you. How can I donate to you on Twitch? On Twitch, YouTube not letting me. Hopefully this comment didn't get disappeared. No, I saw it. I don't think I have access to the Twitch donations yet. We haven't done enough on Twitch for me to get access to subscriptions. Yeah. It says message retracted. Did you retract it? It says message retracted. Did you do that? Oh, we hit 64 votes. Okay. So, yeah, it seems like I'm going to play Resident Evil later today. It seems like we're going to keep going with Resident Evil Insanity mode later today. I'm going to die so fucking much. This is going to be terrible. I'm going to be terrible. You guys have not seen how much I've been fucking dying in the background. So we're not going to start from the beginning. We're going to start from we're going to start like a little bit into the hospital already. I'm already a little bit into the hospital. I had like a sequence with Leon that fucked me up. It was brutal. The sequence with Leon was rough. I was just getting murked. I had to learn how to perfect parry. I had to relearn how to fucking perfect parry because it was so goddamn hard. And like when you perfect parry as Leon, I bought some bits. Did you get some? I have no idea. I have no... Please don't do anything on Twitch. I don't know how to do anything on Twitch. Don't do things on Twitch. I don't know how to do anything on Twitch. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Fuck. Activist investment firm 3D Investments Partner have once again bought more shares of Square Enix, increasing their stakes to the company from 17.5 to 18.5.3. Square Enix, number 2 largest shareholder. The firm continues to buy up Square Enix shares. It is thought that the activist fund will apply pressure on Square Enix from the outside to increase shareholder value. More like, if you've ever kept up with this stupid fucking firm, what they do is they buy investments from places, use them, and then tear them the fuck apart to get a whole bunch of profits. They're literally trying to destroy the company. This stupid fucking firm is literally trying to destroy this fucking company. Fuck you. Bunch of goddamn assholes. That's what they are. Bunch of goddamn assholes. That's what they are. They're literally doing it on purpose. The fucking worst. They're literally doing it on purpose. What do you think about the latest Yunji chapter? I don't think I've read it yet. I read the Japanese release of one of them. Read. And it was okay. Oh my god. High Guard already got shut down. Oh, that sucks, dude. Oh, that sucks. This game got hyped so fucking much only to get shut down. That fucking sucks. That blows. Okay, so I think I'll stop here. I'm a little tired. I'll come back a little later, fellas. We'll play some Resident Evil, try to relax a little bit. I just need some time to process this chapter. I feel like there's it's always like this with me. Like I don't fully process everything present in the chapter. So I need a little bit of time to process everything and piece it together and like know how I want to do stuff. So yeah. We're gonna take like I'm gonna play just like a little bit of Resident Evil today, but I need a little bit of a break first. I need a bit of a break first, and then we'll get into Resident Evil. I might write a little on Twitter, I'll see, but for now, I need a break. Thanks for those who tuned in. Stream is only about like 6-ish hour. The chapter was loaded with things too. Yeah, there's a lot going on. It's just like last chapter. It's literally just like last chapter. It feels really small, but it's loaded with a fuckload. It is a goddamn cannon loaded to the fucking brim. It has so much fucking going on. And it's not, yeah. I need some time. Thanks, Goku. Thanks you. Don't always feel like you need to donate because I'm not even like making videos right now. But yeah, there's a lot to process and go through with this. So fun times. Okay, so I'm gonna call it for now. I'm gonna go eat something. You guys relax too. I'll see you in a little bit. Give me like 2-3 hours. I might stream it like around 3 or 4, somewhere around there. 3 or 4. I'll continue with Resident Evil. Did you get the super chat on YouTube? Yeah, I did. I saw it. Thank you. I'll even heart it. I appreciate it. Maybe you should have saved that for when we streamed Resident Evil. Maybe you should have saved that for Resident Evil. Okay, I'm going to call it. Have a good day, fellas. I'll see you later for anyone who's going to tune in. I might even end up talking a little bit around to girlfriend. We'll see. For now, take care. Have a good day.